No, this is what I'm talking about. But if you want I to be united,
that song is there?
Yeah, I have it. It has to be put.
If you have.
Okay, I think there is a song that is uniting all the three communities. Honorable Minister is saying should be put. So let's play that song as the final one. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister. That was really nice. Thank you. Get seated. Thank you so much. Let's have a sit so that we begin. Dear viewers online, this was a morning rehearsal between the three communities who are meeting at Farm Africa Juba, the 7th ICGS meeting. Thank you for joining us live online. Thank you, members. Let's get seated. Put on your headsets so that we proceed. Please, area team, can you give the headsets? There are some participants who do not have. Please distribute some headsets. You check with them if they are working. Check with them if they are working. Okay, please arrange them quickly so that we start. Mashaka? Zolde bija. Isaac, can you check? Some headset are not working. This is Murle. This is channel 4. Oh, yeah. Let me change. And then also the same. Don't collect, he will come and check it here. Check all of them.
Come on, come on, until. Hey, all of it. Not. That was the one.
Yours is 4.
Hey,
Carva. Carva. Channel Alva.
This guy is changing. I'm changing. Yeah. No, go for it.
I love to I moralo. Nang fan ko pay diwa. Chapter dia bicara si.
It's working? Reverend.
Confirm the English. Confirm the English.
I will come. Reverend Simon, can you please, Murley members, can you confirm to me that you are listening? You raise your hands. Raise your hands if it is working. Murley only. Murley. Murley. For Murley, is it working? Dinka Bor, is it working? Greater Nuer, is it working? English channel, is it working? English channel. Can you get some English? English channel is not working, Isaac. Aloy, Tong Ding Li the Louis. Tong Ding Li the Louis. Tong Ding Li Louis. Channel Tong Ding Li the Louis. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Give Honorable Chairperson. Channel 4. Murley is 4.
6.
Wind up quickly to Riam so that we start. You can hear him. Okay, good. Thank you. Good. Okay, please, let's get started.
It has to go to 3. Here is 3. Okay, bring that one. Yeah, very great.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome back to day 2 of ICGS meeting. Can we keep quiet, please? Get settled, please. One meeting. Thank you so much for coming once again. I hope you had a good night. Would like to begin with the word of God from Greta Akobonayut. Mama Biling, Talu Udina prayer.
Wala, nyama na pin kwanda ko ina kana mal pala kadura. Allah jo ko ka ko garan ko ti dia long ro ko ji. Mar ma le mar ba ko ji ko ji dang pin ka jin mat. Riere ki la ro bara ma cho do go tu du lien. Ngi ko go din ko tu du le dang jo ti nyura wala. Ngi jino ko lew. Jana ko mal. Tin dia la ro ka yila lar. Bu ko re ta le lai. Binai dia ni ko ni amda. Naka nai don gwa ke bilu ken ja utat ko ba mal ba jalo ako jalo chu chu amani to da kai lo du bon ko kan no du kai chu jalo kura ko mu di amen.
Shukran, Mama. Thank you for a wonderful prayer. Allow me to recognize the presence of Rebecca, the conflict advisor from UK Embassy. She came this morning and she's with us. UK Embassy is one of the supporters supporting the ICGS processes in Jonglei GPAA. Thank you for coming and feel at home. Yesterday we interacted and we discussed several things. That was day 1, and I would like to outline few things that we went through yesterday, and I would give you the chance to comment or to have a question based on what we discussed yesterday. So yesterday we outlined the progress made from the ICGS meeting in Pibor to where we are today. And we look at 3 things from each community perspective. One was one thing that has where progress had been made, and one thing where more progress is needed to be made, and a question to each community. We broke into our different language groups yesterday, and we answered these questions that were particularly pointed to each community. Immediately after that, we had a reflection. They were presented by the area teams representing each community in form of feedback. And then the second aspect was sharing successful stories on on some positives that have been made by partners and communities. And we had a successful story shared by Cora Wo on the fish farms established in Greater Bor. We also had a successful story shared on the cattle trade by Makwe Shot from Greater Kobana Youth. And Uror Commissioner Honorable James Gatkur shared the successful story on the abductees. And then there was emphasis on livelihood and resilience by Robert and Mike Yuang. So this is what we went through yesterday. So I would quickly want to share the program for today before I come back to the next step for this morning. Today we shall, in the whole group, I will present a data on number of abductees returned between January and today. And then we shall, as a group, will discuss what made this recovery successful. And some things that might have made the recovery of women and children difficult to some of you in your communities. After that, we shall go now into language groups, the Nuer, the Murle, and the Dinka. Specifically on abduction, we shall have the next plan, the plan for the next 3 months. And then we will look who is responsible for what. It's not a community, but the person responsible for anything that will be agreed. And this includes the responsibility of each structure. For example, the youth, the women, the chief, the commissioner. What is the role of each person? And then in the afternoon, we shall break. We shall also have session in the afternoon, parallel sessions, different sessions to additional leaders. Like for example, the chiefs will have discussion on the court circuit. The women will discuss the women conference. The commissioners will also discuss the commissioners will discuss boarding school. There was, and then the youth leaders will discuss roads opening. And then there is an element of accountability that will also be incorporated later in the group discussion. That is for the afternoon. But yesterday, there was somebody we told to be carried forward, and that is Tumutho. Tumutho, if there is anything that stood out yesterday, you are free to come and share before we move to the next step. Okay, he has given us a green light to continue. So I would like to present the data. According to our partner, Save the Children, this is the data on the children and women returned in different locations to different counties within Jonglei and GPAA. Save the Children outlined that 10 abductees were returned to GPAA. 6 abductees were returned to Akobo. 1 abductee was returned to Duk. 2 abductees were returned to Bor County. And 1 abductee was returned to Lankan in Ural. Among the 10 taken to Pibor, 4 are boys, 2 are girls, 4 are women, making total of 10. Among abductees returned to Akobo, 4 are boys, 1 girl, and 1 woman. 1 boy was returned to Duk, and 2 boys to Bor South County. 1 boy to Neural Lankan. This is the data collected by Save the Children in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. The 2 ministers are not with us. They would have confirmed to us. So now we are moving to the next session, the follow-up session to this. We would want to hear from different communities what has enabled the return of these 20 abductees. And know that this process is not for us to blame one another, but to identify challenges and how we can move forward as communities. Because in February, we committed that we would return 66 abductees, 6 per county. But from today's data, we only have 20. So to each community, I would give the floor, share one thing that has made the recovery of these people successful. What one thing has made it successful, the recovery of these abductees? So you can raise your hand. I'll give you the microphone to share what one thing that has made it successful to recover these 20 people. Anybody? Yeah.
Min time ke pol gan ti ya tolli e dole ya dol ka bi bo ko ngude da ne cha la fin cha la
Wait. Ren men goro balara me mad ne ye hie me la re sol gan. La sol gan ko ne ya la ron me man da mate me cha gwel tin men gwel sin jamen. La community ke konti na ci gad ci gnong ba la ro konti me ne cha gad ci gnong mu wa ba ne ka kel ken dial bi konti ci sol be cher me sel lan me chalat. Ba konti ci dil sol ba la ro konti me ya gada ne cha gnong jen ba kula joy wo ci konti me chalat. Mi cha la ba bu ne ya kel bad be cher me bana ja ko pe.
dole da ne dole ga fieri ja wona go runa mai dole fieri ki na bu dole bo fieri ta gan chu gani ya le yot ka gare ta ga war fieri ta ga da ba mu ri wa to la commission ne tai wa nang na dole ya lo gumra min ba je na ko ti ga to ba ti la gar kan mi la nang ka ma ba la nang ti ma ba la sol
I think it is a good point, but Save the Children did not categorize county by county. But what we will do as we break into our language groups, each county will come out with the children that they have returned. That way, it will be easy for us to know which county has brought the number of women, boys, or girls. Thank you, Mama Beling, for bringing up that concern. I think it's valid and it's important.
other communities.
That is coming from Greta Coburn. Any other person with a different opinion? What made the recovery of the 20 abductees successful? What made it successful? Yes, Honorable Samuel.
Bona rat gi ci ka jol ci anye gwan ci dal ko lotai rumon der bal ka rumon ma nya ka agreement bal ka gone gini cha gi te ten chede cha anye dal ko lotai bodo cha no gon anya bu ngena anya ka won go lo bal ke ben wo noy bodo ko ci de ben beche bar da ki go lo cha bon ci ruwe ke de me anya gini ci go lo ka anye dal kunu ya go lo yo de ben bitan chona en turu ko de ben gon ko jok tawa gini ci ge ci dai ci nya gwan ci dal ko ten ko be ma kamen na le ka yo go lo ko to go be ke de mele ka nya min kin access chan yan del ya kene ta ke betan chuna en madine to ngena ren ge ci ka jo ta na nya dal ko te juru ci gidde ka le ci gidde ci ge borom ba ji ci ka ko ta ro ma ci ana de nya ko ru ngena bar de kara bangen ngapalet ci ka ra kurukte gini cho gichi ka chin liban nga kuma allen anya ka bro nga ka ke na ng chima ko ko jok ta yung ka ba nga ko no ni ka lang yan cho ko china nga kuma wala dim nga ni ni ku bada ko kuma cha be ko anya ko chima ka jok na nga ma ro kam de ma ro de nga do ne bro akum ne ke nga ta ka ko kanyak ta ya del tegine ka ki ya ko ta da ke dol geni jogo tinu kum naket ka ba ka ba ni jurun ko ngit go lokke min ken ke maka jo no meri ke dol ken bo bi jurun kum naket maka da ga nan yo ke ngena no ko anya bi ci guriya te ba le ko la gorde ni ngena ko maka da ka do le ko ni ke no ka no ko nya ke ta gorde nya ke ta ro ro abo le ko ke guriya gini gi gi churi chala nga nyeg ling liwan chana jo ala nga nya ko to jurung bu ko karu nya go ala ko to ko de bena ko ba go chala re to na jo na ko buk de bena ko ba ka nga na ka nya bu yo te ka bu ko gi gi churi nya ganon anya ka ku ka nya be chi min kin ka vir ka vola ma ke lan me jerem ma ka chi ne gi chi go no ko to ke go go ala na ko gini gi gi chala nga nya ganon ko to jurung ganon de rong glandun gije digir jaga kanya ganon bun ka gana ko gol bar ka ceru avona ya gol burta kal jiga cinna na iti ye ngata ka kanyak te ganon cika ke de ceng nen ke ben bodo gon kal ci bodo ma ko nyak ta ci ma ka do ganon ngena min tin ba ji menol bu ci ba ji menol nga bu ci ba ji menol nga dang gini ci ma ka na ko ku tu gon ganon karbon kulut ta anya community jona ni ge vi to ge kale ga do nang ga chalangin to la get ke tene ka do gi chendi di chokoren.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Samuel, Gumru County. Yes, Mama Berry.
Zayon dari sini ai katalne ada gizi dari no ke ginal bal kada be bora gizi kan ne gibal kan be bora ne ka ko lote dole nen kada gani ce chat nen mada char talata ka ko lote de wani be ko ale wani ne ce anya ka lote ce ne anya ka dal ce ne be cin ngai ran ke ngai ta ko do ke le ci melen ka de ci ma le nyen ke umur et da sene dal ca ñaaral li ñaar tene ba duwa kan ta ko ko dal be tira na gon amara dale bada mana ngadal te de ka ko anya dala ne anya bitigan mo ko ay yo duwa yo adal bu dunga to na ko ne ka ni gane te babam degi ka udah ta abu gon wi je de ma ga do giu na ne abun kan ne alu ta ce del ta ga ne alu ta dal chen kinne na bu kan tigan ti ka dai ki ba li ci beri gon ka ko ka do ka mu ko na ko ko zo ma de ka ro ka kiteng nya ko do ka ndi ka ko ma ka kiteng nga ba ne le ku ta ngai do i de ka na ge ba de nga na ba ka ro dengan kako
Thank you, Mama Mary. Is there anything Dinka Boer community would like to say about what has made the return of this 20 successful?
we cha ko mot na gan ku ko dia ko coi cái đor cái luyện mà cái coi pen cút giờ liệu giờ bài ôi có giờ có nhang bài cái cần nó coi nó lúc đầu kiến bố của cho lắm mặt cái có giờ miết của luyện coi khi cái chỉ cần nó quậy nó cor bara jot ba mặt chol cái luyện ye coi cho lắm mặt của coi khi cái nó kek ai daman nó chú lắm mặt đi cái coi giờ luyện nó nó lúc đầu kiến của cho lắm mặt cái coi giờ miết cái coi luyện mặt cái này chỉ nó cũng mình cái gì ache ba der kan na ga to sin ye na ko bi ko yen pursa fursa bi chen nak ne ko ku bi lo ni bi en kwan chok ka to chi liu kene ne kala bi loy.
Thank you. I think people have shifted to challenges. I think we can go straight to challenges. What are some of the challenges, as outlined by others, that have stopped the recovery of women and children? So I give it to yes, Honorable.
Taban ti eto hal ki ti jam gulele nu yimut ni to ko kude taman ti yani so ne ja ko on to mi to le do yi ko kudi taman wane eto man ki ko ki ke lawo ke ki ni ambush enga ki lo ki to taman wane jan be ki ko aji ba lu ri je jan no bi mi bi do jen wan ki to bi ko ni ene ki na dam ko so esa ba ko ni ki ni da ko ni ki ala na ko ni ni ko ja dai lo ko to ti ko to to ti ga kan ken ko go yu na ku kwari so ga ta ba gan
مالا السلام عليكم كلكم. بتاعي ما بيكون سؤال، ده نكلم. لقيت ده بيكون فرصة بتاعي نسلم الجريدة بيبور، جريدة جونغلاي، كنا رجيم النظامات من أنا من جاي نرودا كريت بريد ريد كون بريد كريت مالا me wona bai boro pa kel chapa kawa me wona dor la weda makawsin ti ko da pena wakaraw ka ja choba rai raya kwana ma kon ga war silo wudut ko morale lakin wududa do da ya la fa biron kre da jane ngola chupene songoma medan chima kwa che yen ke 2021 makwa meje ye guru na gat taka juba wana me jen je chubu gumro che nyinga na gumro che wong lang ka ga nang che ga je na wachang che tak balu mata ka ti no be kama makwa che ga je ngan tala ga te no lakin ngan wa goro chi ngane de ko ne jelo ke la ga no ken che ga je na wano gor ke cha ga lo ko gor ne wuro mo ya do da nje ni do da ma da man makwa cha na ya gor wuki dana ma yana idan wal barau chaga je chaga jaga wala e jonglei me yo la ta tana idan barau da re nya ko le nyogo no kila ron kele no kaya pal che ngura ma gora gad honorable ko chol bu de roy gana chang gor gad cho này đã mang nhiều cái nông ba đứa cho này đang điều nhiều nông cái đó đây sẽ chia cái nó cái đây chắc là bao nhiêu nông chắc là ya đốt đốt người yêu chỉ gara mấy gì này làm cái là nó chia nhân ngay đây nhà ông nó cho nó bảo ya quen là gia nó cái post bara nó dự tin cái là đó mà dưới đây thuộc cái nó là chả rồi đây bây giờ để riau cái go qua chả để rồi cái điều là đồ luôn ngân nè cái này là nó cái là cái kel cái năng yut chứ 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 ngay đồ là có cái yut commissioner sabe batalil ko ngalo đồ là phải wal kel chứ cái kirmi nó bị bene bagad ba no ngay yut ya lita goto yom da ma wasal قال انه شهر 12 الجاي ده انا بجيب عيال بتاع لايوت نكتوا هنا ويعمل يد مع الناس بتاعهم قاعد ده كيبن نما يغفي نو بيبور ko jan ga go ba so ba le challo no go ngana binne ka bi wo ko ne pena wo chala na so ko dung mala ga so changa ga da ro no me da za de ngai wo so yi pil kana la kana la lo na wo do ko lo wo do la sabab en go me yer ga no tasul kan mane na tan me yang kana do ba za da mata gar me je sai ya fal kwana no ngere ga ka bin bi ga ka dor men go du char ko na ler ga ko ta char ten kon me ya ta ga char mu je mu bare lo ka go chu bare lo ka bo dora mu go de char mu je ga gadyang go bu ben ngu che chop dora no ba jen dung ma la su na ka me ya ler ta me ya ler wura di mo ya la aiwa galam ta me ler bor che we kan kana wura ya la gule ba ga yen ba na ga bar ga zal gulle no jiyo na da ba ko buk far ko na malak a janata ga shon kon ko na malak ba buk ba fat gare yen chati ta jom buk la far ga je bu wuta ga dor liu la be ga buk ba fat galla me we kon ba wa yen ko na gulle ba na na ba da lo wa ba wa nin bro ramawura ande ramawut ne ke wa dor waler ramo be tene to ba yen ba ramo lon ka tiangari goda wona ka fanyo gor do lo kri yen to ga fanyo go to chieng fa ngor ka wo pok tap to kri ni gona ka ma no ko jena dan yo fa ngan ta ga ma sha kali to ya le ga yot go ro bra isin ko minan ma kwa mu de medan jena de nyo moy rew ya wo fin mina jay no de o te mudo wala na ga da na ke kana ke ngati kana ngo wal jam ci wuri yana tu ja gwan ko ka yot pai walkel chaga dambaro ya na ka kwa den ka sa bakel ne wana yeji ne wana tele ne re shol tu je ne no guru beto de weye tele ga wori wo wona tu ja ga dai ku daro ko cha de mi te ko kor me shu bon wani she du no me we wala re che lu njaw me che ro de je na de walo ye jo kalam de ma be ko na la ta talimat ngun la da talimat wala ye jongle ta ga kor ma la jongle ro ye ga ta kor lo kol ko men ke jongle ro ye ga ta kor na ne rol ga gad ba ro ye ga shi kor ma yaw yo ko be shong me che jo yo wona ne we ma kwai tut we ma kwai na ga jan pai kel wo ma ne pai dok cha na ne de cho bakel ki ana na ga dangwan me we de ka de wa cha o jo la yibo wa wo ta ga mu sha kele de ga le wuri de wo da o ke na o ye pen kra wa mala le ngai de ma kwai ta mun na ga so mun ma wa ba den ga jan wukit ka pai bakel ma dore ya la mo go cha na na wok ta li na dok cha na ne da bakal ka ne da badak ya bar ne da ye je ni yo ni na na ni ron kan ni je ma da ya ran yo ni ye ni na ka wal ga o ga ya na yo wa su ka da na ga jan nafsu fai bakal ba cha dore ya la nor nyang cha na ga da baro ka tar ler ga ya dol ka fai kel kada ya la yi jor sul mi ben minan roye da ne ler ga galam yen pis kanel ke munazuma de yani yari ala go biya jongle kan be bo rob ya nizam ya nabi ailer yen ya shu yelom akin go ya ne ya olin angana mende go iba mende kontu de nyi na ko na yana de le shu ne roye ma ko ye shu ko nongan ko ne ne chora wak de no ron pala de kon mo ya fa ke de ne nyi ar kam ye jan gar leng na ganun yen ma te jon gai la yen ne kan ne de do ro shi ne ko de wala kan ya ne ku di ke la ma ya ranu je pin ba je randun ta ma nuor ga ne jang tela ra ma kwal lo ye de ma je mo wo ke wa na kan jang ba no sha ko kula do ta wo jowi ko la ja na ko kor ga na ma na la don na ma milo na kor gar ya le nyo ku ko wala na ba na de so mo ba na nyo le ngo ndol na ne pan wa do na ka bi ka do na wa na ne yi de go ye na cha na kwa ki su kwa ki ndi ande le na ro di na de ro koria nya de ro koria de ro ko shi kana ngar ngar gana kon amala ma ya beler ga juba ma ta roi me ling pan ko ku me dan tin yam dan na me wana ne de je ne ko na ko ngur ko ka ti bana kula wala ka bana pal bana patambin gara malo da roda ko tana telefoni ngwane ka lu ka jo ka ko na do la ka ku me ndi bi gere de jonglei baro ga ngwane bi bay boro jaro ka ngwane ba ga jore do la na ma jase ma to ko ba ta bor ko ban ta bor tere de kai kai ga muda ka we dora na ka ta ga ngwane ri wo jo yo ya ina chup la ji yo te ma de nyong ele ne kundi ala ko na de chienda ko pa yam ni chiena ka le kulu ya pa yam wa ya mu ne bakal la pa yam dien no ba le le gan chiro ida so ma
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner James Schwal. Let's clap for him for outlining most of the issues. I would like to invite Honorable Minister of Gender, Elizabeth Kumin from GPAA to have this chance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the chance. Good morning, everyone. By the name, I'm calling Elizabeth Community Incorrect, Minister of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, GPA. First of all, allow me to appreciate our partners, especially Peace Canal, for the great effort they deliver to two aggregators, which is Jonglei State and Bibor Administrative. Thank you so much. Continue to do this period to also help our communities. I'm standing here to talk about two things. The first one, okay. The first one is challenges which we are facing at the Ministry of Gender and the Bibor administrative area. I will talk in Murle language and then the translator will continue to all of us. Kanya kananga to kalchi gudo machuchet fi wazara ta agenda gole chiloten chidolenu kichuku kabelna nga to onen anya kalchen ramachi no kola machuchet talang kegina bagdar ka kulutadol fi GPA tiyo wazara chip ta agenda o kiben commissioners kiben budo chiefs kiben women groups nangado kigina part of collecting chidolenu karbangen golchika kulutadol. Ngina the first challenge nen gichi makakulutadol bibora kanya kabodong na te gichi ajuane torote la wizara liya kiyechi deino lan gon makalotana dol adoy zat chi deino kak dolani kaka dak to dol ya nichi ni go chamiro nek bro partners uga jatis ngato ikiben donors kana ngati buka nyak dein chika kiditi bro ningi support for dol fi wizara echi dol ya gon ma kalota dein Inyai joy challenge ni chini orotele kachin odwaun kichika kuluta ya Dolphin counties, especially inyai chitonyo. Baje ikitoa bala vai kanya ka partners chika na trite dorotele, which is Plan International. Iben gwan bodo Oxfam. Iten nije gwan Plan International. Anyek dol bodo dein. Egen nigi distribute food. Bodo Oxfam. Nyek nengi cash assistant chanyek dol ngina to kama kinna magon abudol ya goni ten mo magis nako bennen kachin taman nako korong ta gol chika kan chika ol guichi taman ka chalang dolan chiki karan dani chiga chok the challenge chappe orata re chika joana nen maje giye chilo tentu chidoleno Kaluta. I think we done our part. Liberate doleno. Kaluta dal county te do murwa iwendu kwangulekti iwendu verteta. Lakini ula challenge chi joane tageta wazarana ndasi daino. Good enough dona suga chel ngina. Kiben partners do. Kakide kan joka kanyak bugwal chiga. Kide tibu do dal jigo wo furlem guru dain kiben book cash assistant balgon. Agon plan international kiben ok for me. Challenge chibu do en ramma. Ichibu do kati gollo kala. Gollo walia ngina te allel. Especially if rain season. Matil temunya. Adai ngati nyalo al dol fi counties karbangen fi paya metuna reni kala jang zok bi bore. Chibu do la chen malangen bagdar kucha aluna in shift so wana nyak dole the move bodo from place to another kaka nyakta dole jigo challenge bodo ajwane tageta wazara nen fi commitment chikan nyak nangaden kiben gate partners barkane bonna di chinnu da ni joki the priority kani bodo challenge number 3 kwalcha kati center Santa chikanyo ngate chikalote dolo alangin iskuwele dol. En kucha makachinen riski. Lan nungini dhana nginti kalote dol nichokodo kiben budo dolo ge chibudo nyakis stige chik. Wazara jenda nyakal chimel. Arman wan kanye dalan chigi Santa chining don. Kaka tizani gibuk ngaten safe. The challenges pika joana na libri chan netanen. College kalote dol ma kam college ko wan kinna ka kanyak budo wange ci wan ka kulta dol jurro maje nanga kutuguza aku budo ako giye bal bita AGCA bal ka gon شهر 2 2025 ni joy bi borae ni nyak ganuneti ka regloj bangen rules Chakadene one greater Siena and Ramau GPA given Jonglei State. During meeting Jabel Kioni Chini no Abona one any county nya one dole chen abducted Karabangen nga. Ngina libre onang bibora. Kanya ka 2 women given 2 children one. 2 weeks ago kedita end of achodo ile monazamat. Oti monazama ni kan bita urol nga ki ben dole mukulaw right now ka ve ka dod noko kanya ka bodo nga chodo ifu wazara ki ben dole bita walga apna wan nga te wala ka dotana lakin kanya monazama process chuchu guzek chika ko toy ki wan ma ka vunna wine commissioner ba ali ba le nyalle ni choni ni ka county onene kiben shift county unin one ko one cho igina one and over official ide ngirre ko chale greater jungule lakin giyo munazama uchugui process ala ana gana budo ngata anyet ka kanyakta giyo ka gawena ngado tati munazama parkane pado nang GPA nen nishi nyon buk dol kalotana ci wan buka visa kanyakta meeting ni cho lakin giyo ci anyai budo munazameta process chuchuguza ka ko tozi dole anishigi kana chikanye na nanen kabil nginazo shukran
Thank you. I think we will not take more hands. We will only give the means of gender, child and social welfare of Jonglei, because I understand we have shared successes.
People have things to say. Just keep it brief. Keep it very brief and just reframe so that it's specific. But then, because we want to hear, so when in small groups, people have heard the perspective thing, no? Or would rather say, oh no, we can have timing, so we just need a few minutes each. We just want to hear additional points.
Okay, I think before you honorable, you can just be seated for a while, and then I take some 2-3 hands so that we conclude. But we need to be specific because we were discussing what are some of the challenges hindering collection of children. We are not blaming anybody, but we want to understand, much as we have returned 20 abductees, but what are the challenges hindering collection? Just in 1 minute, but be free to move to discuss, not necessarily facing the camera, but you can just discuss here.
Shukran, all the ministers who are here, my colleague commissioners, the chief, the partners, and the women who are here. Actually, briefly, I want to just talk about these our challenges from Boro to Bibo Road. Yeah, in last year, we have agreed on July that we have to open the road officially. Then we start immediately. The challenge that happened, the road of GPA Bor, only it is the site of Gumuro. Okay. So Kichiraloy ngade, Kichiraloy ke kulon pe doro. Walk taban wajit pagi achulo bichar bilio. Wana kuma ni GPA. Kichiraloy walk network aloy fi Gumuro. Bar chabele ko inu na jelriat kriyat allo Gumuro successful lakin kilo rot. Tungcha wan chirbala loy eran GPA dadu. Kene lokan riyat yen gabla gunna kan ngadi. Naku Gumuro kwa le riyat kari yal network. Kena nye yemes bita peace chi ping ko yu kokto. Kene ware ngade beloy aken jare da ken do cholo so partners aliam bi generator belar chan be benang network communication ngade Gumuro. De chiro ba loy ko char ya ne pe tok ko wo chi jamon ko char inu we char loy be maram. Bariat aigala page long majabol ko char aigala page ne to side ngade. Kene report ci ben wo na yi war ko ka jorga tier gro o ki jorga tier gro a chen la yu ran la yap ke ran bur county go la ku ne ko ka chi ba chi le pe war na de ko ya ke dom wi chi ben le che re ya on my side ko che riat ke jel ke bokon hok go ben bi u jodok get kan ok pin so en kan ni commissioner an ti ko ja ga trace ku mai ke so ka ga ten tong ran chol ding ko fa is good that killing is gichar ay ngadi anyi kwe garet manware wochila bu ko cholo won governor lui ke gas coded agar wara kul rias ke double fi ala bara chu chorwe ke ko chen ga nyidi wo wonong issue kor wo bu go bular jager war go to nyidi now lekin boru la ci to jager long da so that bu nyi na non ko jeltene ke bu ke dil nyi yi ngaka lo so kir boro len ke yen ku yo ke one of the challenges lekin londa watching kidito yeah the majrimin ju especially long bor county wo se ba chen men ti yor men last year up to now chen men ti ko gpa ti yor to be honest so ani jam na ga doro to ko yal ki mikila magere lun kulo har kilo magere ki ko bor county and thing chale nyi cho ko ji to long on lege yo magere wonon ko ka will from Bargadal the Kochero Ato Tin, Kogabur County Ato get the Tim, Koga trees can one, Koga Urol Koro. Man on low walk says Melo Kokaya Saker. He divisionate can him mechanize. I hear use of Bur County. You know, walk la the Bunyi to Nong and Michelin. Pana Yam killing it to me, the last little walk, the another little walk be bore. While little walk be bore, Kita walk in your lelo go pay. uni nyole lo pe ko ne bo bu bu yor bu mi ruge kene war we are trying a chan chiran kor bu to ko men rande ku then move ka di ku kwan bu chop lastly war pe ni tier gro pen de tem o ga ti ya ku wana ka yor ko nyang o ki yor ko nyang yen ga ki yu ta ki kwan chop so adi war chiro loy myself be chuga mon parliamentship den deputy parliamentship ku le na non ka ki yor ma jirmin ka bi ke yini ben en anong mi la le yin you are connecting one bear lekin you will yes wo bu nang ala kat ko won yiran ko yit bata so ene jam we let us concentrate ku we leader the kin ki chiro loy o ga ti ron ki yor kuran ki no a kin ga return thank you.
Shukran, Honorable Commissioner of Board, South County. I go to James Gatkur. Just very brief on the challenges so that, because we will shortly break into our groups so that we can outline the next plan.
Mala urun wang. Min yam kiati min nan ne ngumi shalar ko maro matol gane gado. Nguchi go ko jaga lungo tolo. God tingone anang kan man ngone anang. Kiega dara kono hore. Chaga chenga la neiti gul chanke la jichin. Etame rai kone chatok changa yeken. Kare chenke liu changa yeken chatop changa ngai. God chala wa toluke tiram longa tol kwal ganaro. Michira ala kwal ye bengo ko. Migwi ne tele la nyere ko kel ka compound mani anang. Migwi ne tegariya la ne anang ka mal ke de ni belieptin mani anang. Ka la kwal ganaro. Meda ude minan pen ga tol. Ajen kore te sine me yichunga. Ko kon ju uror ne ga paikel mani pai ngwan. Chane man ka jana die wuje die. Chane nangokti ashara alif. Chane nangne jana ngwan wuje bakel. Tane gane jana wuje bangwan ne te bot. Tago gad badak kana manti anang. Na mo jane pen gad tol ko tielo wukit. E jane lat kona bay bor medan. Gona ne ka pa changa kel ka pa rew. Mani changa jar wuje badak. Ngani kun la wada in wada to chala ke. Moy ne ga pursa ba gad tol. Na mo kana bento ko changa dan do kon pe bay bor. Chona dwai majin changa ka yoy ka jo ognang. Entama kan dwala me bane wana mga changa jara wuya bakel. Wa wuya baro ka pa bakel. Cha ogri jana ngwan wuya die cha nang ka yoy. Lad ma lad tolkan mugu yene shi mugu ikone shi bakwa. Lana roi ga ngwani roka bu chong. Ba gul te kwa matol ga ne gat. Ko ngwani tama ngwani murle. Kara inwara tsela ka dorun. Akan dawa to palta mbi wana ga ne ka ayot. Tama chido anu ba yer ngo bi wana ga tat. Tama rijime ma chang ni dore. Roje ga je. Alun chang. Ba gat ba ga tol. Shukran.
I just want to request, please, that we will have more discussion in our language groups. So be patient. Just one, I don't want. I will give. I will give it. I don't want it. I will give him, but I don't want it. Okay. This old man, he raised up. I'm giving him. Sultan, I'm giving it to you. I just want to make some few points. We will discuss more in our groups.
Mala ga shangdar anera kuma dan kanera kon di al kon ini chana ben dola an shodo shala dang re gan foremanship dor shala ni rol county min ya yero ko je go kon ko kon ini charkel ko kon ji jonglei ko kon ini tindol ane cha jo ya chana te ka greta bay bor wo kuma ni di de rode kon do kel
Now that Jonglei and GPAA are divided into
tama ko ne idin
means
kuiga
that
kon
we have two responsible
cha
governments.
kon ngi kira me ira ndwar me
For those who do not know us, they cannot identify
che gadan tama
you
goro
from
wo kon mo ka masal
GPAA. And I want to give
ye
you an example.
banen kon ne idin gol
I want other people to see us.
jin wi na je
I'm asking you to stand, please. I'm also asking you if you may join and start. I'm also asking you, please, if you could.
mila wur kawai na muri je wur je mani yi anta ba kini yi wani kini le te karamin yi kake
As people who are not South Sudanese who are in this meeting, whether they can is a Murle and the other person is a Dinka. Is there anybody who is not a South Sudanese who can identify the difference between people? And if you see the similarities, that they come from the same background.
Why shortcut?
The response I'm getting is the old example. Nobody from a different country that can that we are the same. Would it be good for us to continue dying? To me, fair and we see in 2021 during fair peace agreement in all the parts, all the things and the people I've been attending them and same thing that why would it be very difficult to put things solved into practice? It's not right for to make commitment and not follow them. Now we have now identified along our frontier trees with the names of the GPAA and written by you. If this the same file is replicated, they use from Jonglei, our land will be devastated. Please, let's work very hard to see that we our youth. Now we want to tell and commit that when you think another area, our government will take responsibility of the security, including even bombing or attacking the youth who will be attacking the communities.
no way mo mun ko ne
If
mun kuma ko ko mara ja san wo ngan ku ro yen na ito ba ko ne ko ne yen ben di do ko kan ka ga kin lung ke duk kana gwan ken
I want
kana
us
kana
to
kwa
make,
ken ken
I want us to make a vow, make a
bana
commitment
nan
that when youth from your area go for raiding,
to inshallah
you
yen
will not
chela
be spared
ala
when you are
dere
at home. We will talk to
na
the
chela
government
da
from
dere
you
yen chai le
because
na
you failed your
le no
role
tin
and
cha le dere
responsibility
ken
of restraining your youth.
ka nei tin la ngani ano kon chak to rio yo ka ta ko rio niam
We now are facing
ko
with
chi
so
je
many challenges.
ni kon ka ji sie ga da dorin chali yot
Now
ni o dere ko ma kan dong ga
the,
liego ga no
the insecurity has passed
ja
the
do
area of
ko
Law
ko
and
ya
it
la su
has
ko
now extended to the areas of Ayut and Fiji. And
e
now
na ka yot
sometimes there's misunderstanding between Gawa and the Lao
ni ka rai mor bi o pa le
because criminal from Murle
ni che na
also
ga bi wona
raid
ko mor le
cattle
jen fu
in
ga
the
ke de
area of
bi
Ayut,
e go
and
je
that
ni
means
mor le
Gawa will be
chol de
stripped
gu
of
wo ko lo to cha hong nang to
being
e no
Lao.
ko la e
And
liu
for that
che
reason,
ngai go ken ko mor le
we
ni
have this clarification thanks to the government officials who recognize that
cha mut po lo ko
Atul is
bud
the
yai ni
commissioner of
de
Ayut
ni
County,
pan
who said it very clearly
ti
that
ti ta
this
ta de
raid
go
is
nang ke
raided in June, we raided northern
de
June,
na ken no mi
area of
che mut
Ogog, were coming from June.
wa dai do ri chali ya kwa ta ni
Now,
nang ok
this
ti til
year,
nang yok
in the area
no
of
no
Akwajin, Yerol County,
ko
3,000
mut
head of
nang wan
cattle were raided
ta
and
ka nang ka nyoro ho to
criminals that were organized,
a pa ko
mobilized the youth,
yen
and
ti ta da ta alif ya ka nang
3,000 is a big
nun mo
heart
ko
of
na ri
and
ko na no ko bara
those
na so
who raided the cattle were criminals.
wa nyuro
There was
bala
a
ngwan ku no
disadvantage
nyu
of
sin cha ko je
5
wale
This year, we have discovered
ka pa di
a secret area, a camp
cha
for the
cha
criminals.
cha wuji
It
an
was
wal mo wal
found
mo ya
by
te
some
kun
hunters.
wal mo ja mu
They
ti
have found even
a ko
set up
wi
their
cha
camps
pa da ken
with
cha ko wuji no
schools
gwa mu sin
and with a cattle
ka
camp.
pa di
In May, we
la
discovered this
ya ngwani
area
e
after
go
we got
chiang mai dun ka chiang
intel,
to dun
when we got
cha je
information. And we want to tell you that you,
mu
all the
sin
youth
mu
that
wa ko nga
left this
sin
place, we
je
call
mu
them.
to bir ye
When
mi di mi bi je
when they
ba
return
to
to this place and
ko
use
ja gwa di ngai
realize that they are in that place,
ona ta woro sin
it will be a disaster
to
because
da ka lini
they will face a lot of challenges.
chung riet enda riet po do tin nei di cha na
I want
kon
to
kon
talk
ti nyoron
and say something
ma
about
le cha tu ni ka
these
piri
challenges
e mun
faced
to
by
mo
the
ko ra ya ka ko fan
the peace that was signed
ne
in
to na wa
GLA.
ja ka commission ne nyoron ko ben ka ka mi dir tin pi ko ben ko wan le ni
Of
jo wo
York
song mi
County, we are committed to it.
ke lu mala
Despite the fact that our
ka mala
commissioner and
ken
executive director have not attended this meeting,
re ru ne di ala dai ga da
we
so
are committed. And all these years we have
na
been
yana je ka
releasing,
report
we have been
e
releasing
wo ne ga da so
peace and
kon du ne ka mana ka nei ni kyang
got all this
en
report.
wale
But
ta
why
ne nanga
be
ko ko
subject
genang
to
yok
killings and all this? This year
ta
alone, we lost
no dor
30 children
to pen tie ka rai gan wor
to the abduction,
ta ga nang tin ta ga nang
and
to mi chale li ta ga nang
children were taken from
chale
were
son
abducted,
ta ga nang
and
du
some
do ran
were
chale ya
also
kwa
abducted in
wale
March.
ci ga dang ra u cha ro kwal
This year,
ka fai wora wi gat
2
kelvin ka fai die
children
mi gat kelvin
escaped from
sangan mi
captivity
cha ro
in the
kwal wini
Sudan.
dong ji liu dor
Some of these
kon to
children
bi ngai
have
wo
even
ga cha nang
died
jabe
in the bush,
amorle
and
ya ne gen
sometimes
cha ku liu
before
dor
you get the
no ma ri kel
opportunity,
to mi jeng na
you would
ene
believe
jan
it is with the
mi je joy ci ade mi pol
with the
ga ya
captain.
yo ba ka go a mu
But
ni che joy wo bi ka la ba nyin
in the
ku ke
end,
mu ni joy wo de ga je
they
ji
might
ken
have died in the bushes because of the past anger and
en no
aggression,
roy mo
or they might
roy mo
have
de
been
la ri
killed by the wild
non
animal. The last one,
ka to non yenen
I want to tell you,
ki ba na zama
it goes to the partners.
ngodi ka to non we ga ji ma na zama
It goes to
fo ti ri tin gor kai
All the
tin pai
reports
kwen ni na
were read
ya
out here
commissioner
by the Commissioner
kan na
of Law
commissioner
and Commissioner of Ayod.
ayot yan contact mo tege di woko
There's something that is
coordinator in la todor ka kanti o
the coordinators or the field officers,
kanti di alti ram
and
ko ka coordinator an todor ka kanti
particularly this time,
a chu ko nyoro da ne te kara ko ko rifo ne tindi ana chara len ga changdor tiang
to
run wang
report
dai doro
all the daily
no wana me be ko nungie
incidences.
shukran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to invite Rob to come and clarify some things.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you for the comments so far. So, I just wanted to share a few reflections from the perspective of the partners, responding to some of the points and seeing how we can move this conversation forward. What's happening with the translation? Okay, let me start again. So I just wanted to share a few comments in response and also looking how we can move this conversation forward. So there is a lot of frustration that is being expressed, and that has been expressed at every meeting. And I think some of you who were in People will recall that even myself, I was frustrated in People. And sometimes we see a certain perspective on what is happening. And it's a very accurate perspective. It's true. The perspective that we all see. So it is true that in IOD, the commissioner has been extremely committed to preventing further conflict. It's true that in Uro, the commissioner has been extremely proactive in trying to prevent mobilization. It's true in Nirol, as he left again. He said, the Sultan stepped out. But it's true in Nirol that probably, I think from Nirol, there have been more abductees returned than any other county. So that effort has been there in Nirol. And now they face other challenges in Nirol, their administration. This is all true. It's also true that there are Murle youth who are still in the bushes. It's true. And I think even on the Murle side, you would acknowledge that there are still some Murle in the bushes. Okay, but then we come to the other side because I see what happens on the other side too. And I see what John Gogol has done to go to his community with no resources to try and address this raiding that is happening and the collection of abductees. The Lekwangale Commissioner more recently has been doing the same thing. And I think we all know, if it's okay that I share this, we know that John Gogol was the commissioner. And then now there's a new commissioner, and the chief administrator did not replace the commissioner again. He said, here we have two people who are working to do their very best to address these issues in the community. So, So if I can speak to the Mule for a second, I think we are all tired of having the discussion about the Mule in the bush. So we need to find some way of getting beyond this discussion. And how can you help us to address this issue? On the other side, it's still true that there was an attempted mobilization, a successful mobilization this year. Smaller, yes, because some of you resisted. And that's one of the main reasons why the road openings could not happen. Our team was in Bish Bish working on that. We had to pull them out. We lost weeks and weeks of work. And we probably had to spend another $10,000. So those youth who were mobilizing from the other side, they would have done better to ask us for the $10,000 and start some cattle trading. So I think we need to be consistent. We can't say that the criminals on the Mule side are their problem to solve when we also know who's leading the mobilization on this side. And they have not been held accountable. And that is not to blame. That is, someone is more than welcome to correct me if this is not the truth. They are two truths. And there's a third truth, that is that unless we somehow find a way forward, we will be coming back here in 20 years when Thorbalis, Kakagain are chiefs in their community, and we will be having exactly the same conversation. So we've heard some positives, and when I look around at everyone who's been involved here, and I hope we can say the same about ourselves as partners, we are committed. And so that frustration is understandable when the hard work we are putting in on our side, we see it not reflected on the other side. But then on the other side, it seems similar. So we have to find a way beyond this conversation. So what I would like to suggest, or what I would like to ask is, sorry, Gordon, is it okay if I ask? We were meant to go into language groups to discuss, but I wonder, should we continue now and keep exchanging, and so that we can try and find a way forward that is realistic? So my question is, because this is your meeting, so my question is, could you just raise your hand if you would like us to continue this conversation together as 4 communities? Okay. It was clear, the translation? groups. Okay, so I'm almost finished then. So then the last thing I'll say now, because we will come back and discuss again. It's a request that in our groups we can try and identify something concrete that we can do from our side to drive this conversation forward. And it's a request to the Mule. Please, we know that you don't have full control over everyone in the bush, but please, can you discuss and think what could we do differently, or how could you invite collaboration so that we can somehow deal with this? So I apologize for speaking long, but I hope it can be the last time I speak, and now we can come back and be focused on the way forward. And I would just end by saying again, thank you for all the commitment that you have shown, because it is understandable and the frustration is understandable.
Thank you, Roberto. I think that was wonderful, bringing people back to normal stages. Now we can break into our three groups: the Murle, the Dinka Bor, and the Nuer on this side. So all the Murle, you can make your circle here. Nuer, you make your circle here, and then Dinka will remain there. Welcome. Together with your commissioners, get into your groups. Get seated, you will go and take your tea and come back to your group. Can pick your tea and come back to the group. They pick one by one. Okay. They, they say it will inconvenience the women. Let us just finish the discussion, then we go for tea. For them, they don't want to like that. That's what they say. Okay. Okay. Time. Yeah, no, but computer do come. I was telling, I think it's time now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joseph Lilimoy Equezia. I work for Peace Canal as area coordinator in GPA, Greater Bibor Administrative Area. Today, it is day 2 for the ICGS meeting in Juba. And ICGS is a mechanisms that were established after the first meeting in Peri, in Wuror. The purpose of this meeting is to evaluate the implementation of resolution that was agreed upon by the 4 communities, Murle and Dinkabor and Gawar and Lawnwer. This is the 7th ICGS meeting, and every time these committees come together, they came mainly to evaluate where they are standing and how the commitment for the implementation of the resolution that was agreed upon was implemented. We managed to conduct several ICS meetings in most part of Greater Jonglei and Greater Bibor administrative area. And it was a very good experience for those communities, because for first time for them to interact as leaders from youth, leaders from women group, leaders from traditional authorities like paramount chiefs, and even in the level of the local government like commissioners. They're interacting and addressing the issues those communities are facing. We know Jonglei State and Greater Bibor administrative area is one of the areas in the country where we know that it is crippled by communal conflict, and the conflict dynamic in that area is terrible, and many people usually got killed because of these situations. And I would like to inform the community that well, I'll be back. I'll be back soon. I will come back.
Wayang imgonyo ba ola korgu baya. Mujabunga ga ola koro unangiga boga nyiroke. Welkonga jami chirie kwa buge tiame dumi. Makulu nyakwi kulu na mori kongi wa udana ruti mugayang. Wolmaya na juong kutoli wa mangola yang ado. Nadia waya jilibitum donge nene jina dieri donge. Jaran manya berbe juan Izala pagi nunu kubai Alama di das piala mango Wayang imgonyo ba ola kor kubaya Ujabunga ga ola koro unangiga boga nyiwoke Welkonga jami chirie kwa buge tiame dumi Makulu minyakwi kulu na mori kongi wa udana ruti mugayang Wolmaya na juong kutoli wa mangola yang ado Nadia waya jilibitum donge nene jina dieri donge Jaran manya berbe Igala upaga nunu kubai ala madida spele mangot. Jalan manya berbe juan. Igala upaga nunu kubai ala madida spele mangot. Nuna mor kumaramen. Yale wajira yang eno kwai. Ate mori per kujali dualen ngega moja dunde. Ranjala jena majara namdega diraru dekoli. Wede ijiga wajang.
Hi, my name is All right. Hi, my name is Kudzanaima Tivirira, and I work for Nonviolent Peace Force as a program manager in South Sudan. Nonviolent Peace Force is an international organization that protects civilians affected by armed conflict. We also work and live with the communities. And our work involves working with existing local peace infrastructures and also the local communities and also the local authorities, supporting the local authorities so that they can also be a part to the protection of civilians. We are part of the reconciliation pillar in the reconciliation, stabilization, and resilience project, which started in 2021. Our work as Nonviolent Peace Force was to work with the community protection teams who comprise of women protection teams, youth protection teams, and early warning and early response teams. These are groups of women, groups of youth, groups of men who also become change makers as a result of working with us and also ensuring that they protect their communities non-violently and also ensure that their communities coexist. During our work in GPAA and Greater Jonglei, we were supporting the early warning, early response teams to come up with plans. We also worked with the community protection teams to raise awareness on child protection, on gender-based violence, and also the use and armed civilian protection methods. We also worked with youth and to raise awareness in terms of abductions and also prevention of violence. The whole objective of our work is to ensure that we interrupt the cycles of violence. It's better to prevent violence, to disrupt it before it happens instead of being preventive. So at the moment, our CPTs are now able to do their work. Okay, so I start. So I did not the question. So in terms of the tangible impact that the previous ICGS sessions have delivered for community in Jonglei, we have realized that because of the discussions, they've been able to go and pass peace messages to the communities. And we have also seen that the communities are also aware now that abductions, cattle raidings are not good. And also there has been discussions around building a community school which will be attended by both communities. And in terms of the youth and women inclusion, we've also seen some representatives of women who have been attending the ICGS. This is also as a result of us as partners working with men, women, and children, and also ensuring that they also participate in the decision-making processes. The ICGS also have youth representatives who always attend when the meeting is being held.
And in terms of for sustainability and follow-up, I would say we have worked in this project for years, and we've been working with the local peace infrastructures, who at the moment are also to do part of the work. We've also been working with the government. We've been working with the local chiefs, the religious leaders, and the influential people, so that they also adopt the methods we use for nonviolence. However, what we foresee is that although they are able to do the work, they might need to be supported in terms of some resources. And I would also say, in terms of sustainability, the other thing that needs to happen is they also need to engage more on livelihood opportunities. And if it's possible, WFP could also support them in terms of cash, maybe cash for work. In terms of challenges and solutions, the challenge is that whilst discussions seem to be fruitful during the ICGS, when people go back, or sometimes when the ICGS is happening, there continue to be some attacks in other communities, and this is drought. Sometimes it frustrates some of the communities who would want to see peace prevailing. I also think the other challenge is the issue of, which they always keep on saying, is the issue of road network. And I think if road network is improved, these communities can have access to each other. It will also allow partners to move from one place to another, and also the security organs to also follow up in case of any criminal activities. In terms of the future outlook of the next ICGS, I think it should look into the issues of sustainability. Every time when the meeting is held, there are always concerns about resources. And I think what needs to happen at the moment is for the community as well as the government to work together and embrace and also take their role in ensuring that they protect their own communities. Everyone is to take responsibility and is to be accountable. The structures that have been built over the years and all the efforts of the partners should now be put into practice so that there's sustainability. Thank you. In my view, in terms of the issue of the leaders and the youth, I would think what needs to happen is more engagement with the youth and the leaders, so that they all believe that peace is inevitable. I also think the government is responsible for the protection of its citizens. And as such, I think the government needs to take some further steps and ensure that there is law enforcement. And in our discussion during the ICGS, there was mentioning about the reactive forces, and also the issue of patrols. I think it will also be helpful. The other thing is we've been talking about roads. If the road network is improved, the government might also be able to reach even the youth we are talking about, so that they will also know that the government is existent and is accountable for, when they become accountable for any offenses that might happen. The other thing is, during the discussions, we also realized that some of the youth are in remote areas. So sometimes even this effort we have at the ICGS meeting, these youth don't even get the messages. So there is there's need to reach the youth also. Thank you. Galas?
Good morning. My name is Samuel Sapon, and I'm a civil affairs officer with UNMISS in War. Okay. Civil affairs is one of the substantive sections of UNMISS. And as we all know, the mandate of UNMISS is the core about peace building. That's why we are called peacekeepers. We are in this with our partners because of a shared interest. If you look at RSRTF, about reconciliation, resilience, and stabilization, we share especially in the reconciliation. And the other components are all related. They reinforce one another. And therefore, for us to find other institutions working in the area of reconciliation or peace building, automatically it brings us together because we have a shared goal or a shared mission of building peace. Then also, if you look at the Greater Jonglei, that is Jonglei State and GPAA, it's a vast area and therefore very difficult for one institution to cover it all alone. And therefore, partnering or having partnership with others makes it easier as we share the burden. We do coordination, we do resource sharing and leveraging so that with the limited resources, we can achieve much. We have been involved in a number of peace building events, sometimes by ourselves, and also sometimes with our partners together, sharing costs or bearing part of the logistics requirement. There are instances where we even send financial resources to our partners in remote areas where we cannot access or where we are not present, and they're able to conduct activities on our behalf. So there's a lot of cooperation, leveraging, and coordination, which is making our task much easier. We will not say that there are no challenges. As we all say, peace building is not a one-off event. It is a process. It takes time, and sometimes it's cyclical. We hear participants talking of attacks, whilst abductees are being recovered, more are being abducted. So we understand the frustration. But one thing that is key is about consistency. We cannot give up. They are spoilers, but we cannot give up and let them win. Peace must win. And I was very happy yesterday when, for the first time, significantly so, the government emphasized the issue of accountability and specifically the role of the government in ensuring accountability. Our governor of Jonglei State made a statement that the ICGS members can do what they are doing, but if the government doesn't step in to support, accountability will be lacking, and it is true. For instance, criminals can be found, raided cattle with them, abducted children and women with them, but though negotiations can be used to retrieve some of them, it gets to some point, the government must step in. and hold perpetrators accountable so as to deter others from repeating similar incidents. So for me, I see a great opportunity this time around, seeing the government or the state leadership identifying key and critical gaps by themselves and deciding to take the lead in that direction. That makes our effort complete. In other words, we are going to close the gaps. And the determination demonstrated by the chief administrator and the governor, we can only hope for the best. And as partners, we will continue to support and work with them, coordinate with them, and hoping that this time we'll make significant effort. ICGS members are doing their best, community leaders and their youth are doing their best, but we have a race against spoilers, and that is our challenge. But with coordination and cooperation and determination, I'm sure we can overcome the situation so that the spoilers will not have their way. That is what I think I can say for now. Thank you.
Okay. The audience, those who are listening to us since yesterday, I want to appreciate your interest on this program. This program, as you've heard yesterday, is called Intercommunal Government Structures. It is a body that has been formed in 2021 by organizations to work with the communities of Nuer, Dinka, in Greater Bor and Murle community to explore ways of bringing peace, de-escalate community mobilizations, because we have all seen those three communities are suffering. People are displaced, people are being abducted, especially children and women. Youth are dying, and this is very unhealthy. That's why the humanitarian partners came together under this consortium called RSRTF. And the RSRTF is a reconciliation, stabilization, and resilience trust fund. It is a consortium that is comprising 11 partners, plus the secretariat, that is the fund manager. And this consortium is being led by a Well Food Program, but all the partners, each partner is responsible for each of the pillars. So we are there in this, we are here in this consortium, work with the communities, work with the government of the state, of the county, to ensure that this conflict, this violence comes to an end. I also want to speak on the engagement of the youth in various aspects, that there is life beyond cattle raiding, beyond theft and killing. That's why we are also giving them alternative livelihoods so that they cease, they stop this negative livelihood. We are working with partners and also the community to be able to let them know there are these income generating activities. They can cultivate, they can use their crop, vegetables, main crop to feed their families. This is healthy way of actually them supporting their families and supporting families in a very negative manner. So we are grateful the interest of the state government, the county, and the chief, plus the youth. You've heard yesterday those of the youth that were part of the criminal, and they have left that livelihood, and they Now they are peacemakers. This is something commendable. Ku karbal wele tong jang ya we ko kwa en kene. Okay. Okay. Too close. Too close. Ban signal ala. Is it still? Ban signal chan. Okay. Uh, yen we ko kwa yen ka cha ping ne kunum chol RSRTF yongu ya yen kunum RSRTF kunum munazamat ke thier kutok kujala munazama en secretariat u munazama ka rane ngora kunum ke yi a well food program rin chan ke maj manya nyang yuang an ke coordinator RSRTF nang munazama ke thier kutok jola wa secretariat ke yukuloi ke akunim ke thier kutok while we wana Kuma State, Jonglei State, kujala Greater Pibor Administrative Area. Lo nagoli in 2021 na chaping warakol, nongen koke chiban, to online warakol. Kujala coach wo join e kule, ko chiberping na wo. So kajwi charo lew, mit ke page, kudiar ke page, ay ka duachen man. Ku roti piuj ke del bi ke approve bi ka ke na loy ka che ka ke kul bi kul pol bi pay ko bi pol pay ko kan pay ko le ke ken against human right ko e ke pol ter so yen ke bi aloy a pyo ji ke ya yi wo ye ka korade ko nga wo ka kor ko ye nga ye pur ko be mit ke mu del pet ke che del pay because pira chin ke kun ko in lo man lo randa no awule you know ku ci ko ku ci dong wei ayu lek na chin ke kunyen ko cha ga ting ci benwara kol anong i ban ke murle anong i roti ke murle anong i diar murle anong i diar ke nwer anong i roti ke nwer anong i roti bor ko anong diar bor ke greater bor ku jala commissioners ban a ben be ke be jami ranong muksolia na ye kinyin kra kuma ke bi dom Berti gel ci bi ya ciro bi ya mobilize bi ko jala pe koy kwel koy moy dolli bi ke pol kaga ku loko je ngadi ju loko je loy to wallu wana kuma ba kuma be law and order be enforce na ci county government lew ke state government be ko je county be ko nyide be ko je state bi ya kuma di tan yalla be ko nyide to waje pion mera redwar ci governor Dr. Ya Gai ko kien ban ku ka ci loyel kana bi ke luisin kana chief administrator greater pibor be law enforcement agencies be ke chata birier pinya lo ko warat ko jwi chatting to ler pinyom tin ayugo le ko war ko mioj adak ko man chi ke dak na wan ku ko ji ke total karaje be ko bi nang dor ku be nge bi lui londe en ke korku ni ye loni we chukalej we ko ping ye ne ya kuruti ping non ko yuk dil ni area non te chol uno liu tok kan on kok un remote effort partners te che der che ya der man ku ka chen matare loitin be ko bi ya yo kan ke ko ku bi ko ya yikro jam ke ko ka the communities ka yi ke dia ka yu yo dora ban pan jongle kuruti ya belui. Thank you. Darot ya nong kin nong question da kan changan yang pin aya ka mate systematical ayen chulej
Oga uriat pinye, oga uriat pinye, monilot. Oku jena ram cheri, ye mor yu bebe yang am jong ma chor mora tweri. Mangar wa kuiduna benaman, e ande tunga jong ku jolaj ku joyu beker. Brere nang de gore, mangar wa kuiduna benaman. And the tongue of Juan with your light, with your you worker. Brere nang de gore. Oga uri at pinye, monilot. Okuja na ram cheri. Ye more you will be young, I'm a young mature mora to you. Angarwa kuiduna benaman. And the tongue of Juan with your light, with your you worker. Brere nang de gore. Mangarwa kuiduna benaman. And the tongue of Juan with your light, with your you worker. Brere nang de gore. Hai lot, guai moralo. Nang pon ku bajuan. Chabe dia bucara sia. Dan lar mo bana mo ngachang mo ban. Ban ge chole chel lu manga. Chang mo bana mo ngachang mo ban.
lui ka pis kanal ka ngor dor num akal akul doro damat the ICGS the communities kadiak community monjang pin de jongle community the nuer pin de jongle la community de murle pin de pibor akal akul pat mi chiwo ko tin ko jikan ko na diak yemi man e jonemit jala kud de mit kana ni ku na kam de murle ku nuer jala monjang ai mi jot kam kan jonde mi the kam ka ko ni ke tong jwak ni ke la nak de rot ni kwari kai de ok ran ka maitin na ka ko ka jwe je lo tin ban ka kal a kol de ro wa chi pa yo pol gup ko ka chi hien ki loy ka chi gor ne altene it bi community tok kai ka diak ngubi youth leader ka be loy ben kunde mit ku diar chi ka page bene kwany ko mit chi ka page ku diar chi ka page gor ka duk chi ka tona kuma ya kuma kala jot ba kala ton koi ta diet ke no kuma bi ting masul woman leader ka bal kwany ne dong da mi de wan tande tene ban ka bai ka salatin ngo e kuma bi lo ka salatin bi kunda mit diar bi kwany bi fiat adik yala commissioners dan kunda mit diar ki ka pe te pinde yongle yala bi bor arle jamas dan ko ji mit pe ka a parapol aroti wan nong dang kwadel kuma da walaya kuma da county aerial and ke ko ka big law bi ga parapol ti mit jot ka la roti bi ka yok be ka mit diar cha ka jot kera da loye tong kera da loye ter ko ka jam mit ka wala diar ka acha ka gam ko le bi mit chen wan ti ka jot wala diar chen wan ti ka jot bi ka kang duk then e kun the mit an aerial and now this session bu ting e kwer ko le bi ka kun mit ku diar bo cho ka polish communities ka dia ge community the bor community de no aru yala community de murle en kan man na jam ko a group ka ni ko bi jala do kien biga bani nyuwa ni pai ka dia ge cha na ma da ICGS anyu ki pai ka dia tok tok men abu nyu ja chi nyu pai doro abu ja benang pai bet pai da ngwan ai pai tiar ka bu nyu na le ka nyu pai tiar ke community ka dia ka ya la duk ka ko war ki gam ta na de mis ku dia bi ka kut e di bigal gam bigal god ni ka kan bi ka lweli e mis ka di ko diar ka di bi community tok bi ka duk na la ko rom pai ka dia ka tueng ni pai tiar community abijala jam wo war chu mat juba ke chu gam bu diar ka la ba ke chu gam bu mit ka la bu ka ba amen mit chu ka ba mit chu ko kuot kwa du kwa chu ka du ko nong kwa chu ka thona kuma ka mit ka la diar chu ko kuot bu ka thona kuma ka diar ka la kan ini chola accountability ne nyot nong ke chu gam lazim bi dil luel ku loy tu mi chene gam kan ini ke tok tin man yaga kuna jamok tin ko ga bungwaru jam nyak kul de diak na kar de loy bi ka chi ka gam ten abi ka ja god ke resolution ke longon chi gam community to ka jala jal ka chi gam kuma ku jala partners abi ja jal ka chi ka gam jo ko nang follow up ka ro jala tie wer chi ko nang ma fa doro kan ku kan e chi lwel bi loy ku kane pis kanal ne be jal no follow up jala loy ka communities through the our area team members to an ka ban yen wo ka chu le ni ki chi we ka da man won ba lom bak di le ban a ja gwang media production page live on Facebook bak bon di le ping ku gyang ping de ping da air Australia America Sweden Canada ku an jui taw ka tin ban agor bu chol dor kam de monjang nuer murle ping de jongle GPA gor bu tinga dik wo mi jongle wo mi ke pibor to bara gor kon bak bo chen ma de kon kane ba kai kon ba ka kon bu chol jonde mi ku jonde diar ke pe kam ko koch ke pat wi ran chol bia pe ku nye bi la gat det ba koy ka die de ko ne ne tik tiag ko le moy tie e bu ngak bu diet ku bu mit ke dong bu lo gam nom de kol de kini che pe nye chen ku dak na ga be pir ku be to ku be man je diet be dong na ke dong ne ja be jot bi min me na non pande chene mi da jot tin ban ku diara ke ga jot tin ban yo dong mo je tok pir la tuang ki ja ta tio wo mi jongle to pinda er wo mi murle to pinda er koin ka kai kon ne ayuda de dor akin ku kuin ko kin ku kuin we ko mi jongle ban to er wo mi pi bo to er atar kai kon ke wo bi wo ba wo kai kon support bi ka tong tor kam kan ne kam de dor anong ka tawichin nyai ka kwur de tong ich ku be ka ne kwur de kwon de la tuang de pan won na yo ka chot muna chot yu mana kin lo ki ku na kin lo ki ka gor nang alternative source of livelihood sunang para pol one mukdang bi ka lieb dum ma churo bi ga pur onan koy ko le bi ka loy ka cattle traders bi ka form into cattle traders associations bi ga ai we ni wok ran ka goy be ka la gai ran kene ran la goy ji wok be ka ban gai chin da man bi yok be la chwer chin da man bi yok be ran tai kwer bu nok chin da man bi yok ben tong jot kia para pol para ro si ta pin de jong le ku pi bor ke ga ka pot man nya kana kin lo ki idol karan one idol always in ka pa the attack the karaj the attack un kene la twen da ba e pen men pin de jongle tang tang ki lo pin de jongle ko chi ko chen ma ter ban ba dor lu wa tin jongle di chira yi garet pi bor di chira yi garet kan ko pin de jinup ti chira yi garet ba de ki chok tong loj fal ku dor fal ku la twen le bi pan la twen chu loj ma ne tong man da rot ko loy ko ku ba la de luet man ko rot luet tar ko na ti ke man ke ro si to jongle ku jara pi bor mu tar ka a chile ki bi ko ni o en ka ter ki kin pen ter kin un ter kin war ter bet ko yaro nok atich ke mutar ka chile ke bigluel kwente de jinup gan tor ka tin bay pan bay monjang tar ka tin jala nuer murle ku ngaban pinde jinup atich ke mutar ka chile ke bi kwani yo tar ke nikan de chi yan ben ba ben rom ka we ma de da ma de ko pat na ka ping ke u jam ka dor ka pat de dor min nin chang nok ten karo ku ping ne kulwel ku na ma de ICGS ayok ki dun to antini na wedle balom yuranda bi bala wed yuranda bal bin dor bala chwatwen dor dor chap a chi da fala afala ne dier ku thok ku dor ke la twen ma che thok a che ke thok apa bangal ngak belang dua loy bengak lang de loy gura kol bi pin de junub pin de jongle pin de pibor bela ne ku cho jende ko ni ko jot liu a ho ka ga pe mis ku diara che pe mis ku diar ho ka ga bet ko ja che ga kene agor bu jam ko mis jongle ko mis pibor o be bak jam ko rurti bak jam communities kon bi kene bi pole bad practice ara ne linum kan be ki chin ele chak den chen chak tin bi bara min ran che pe yong ran che pe chi tok pat yar ko mi da ka ga itang de jongle pibor ka chi ka target de red de kan ene kam tin chalewe ne tong de mon jang và thế này chỉ dòng tuần đường list của mình cho về lôi và về dòng tuần món dạng nó coi trò cái cổ trên nó tôi chỉ dòng tuần lề tuần cầu ai vậy để chăn bên và bên dòng tuần món dạng về cái chi quan gì nên thì khá rồi bác đê đi bác thiên à đê vừa gặp phát vừa gặp thuật tin này giảm khai này giá khal quá chả lẽ cho mình ở mà tụi mình tổ mà nó mua lề anh bà Paul bà bên anh nó có bà bên lùi này biác để mua lề của lề cái tuần tin rồi bà bên lùi quá chả lẽ shukran.
I start speaking in English. All right. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Samuta Krakapot from Greater Pibor Administrative Area, working Nonviolent Peace Force. Thank you for the opportunity for part of the program. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm actually excited to be part of this intercommunal governance structures meeting. I've worked with NP for more than 4 years, since from 2021, when the Arasarte project phase 1 began. I was part of this intercommunal governance structures meeting from different areas of Jonglei and GPAA. So what I've seen in this program is that the intercommunal governance structures meeting has provided a very nice space for the warring communities of Jonglei and GPAA who have been fighting for decades to at least come together to try to address some of the ongoing challenges regarding peace between the two sisterly communities. So far, there have been a lot of achievement made, right from the first ICGS, which was happening in July 2023 here in Juba. There were a lot of resolution being agreed upon in most of these meetings, and one of the agreement was to stop mass mobilization or attacks from the two communities. So which we have seen there is actually a significant reduction of violence, though the violence or the conflict has not completely stopped, but we have seen very huge success when it comes to the huge mobilization that had been ongoing between the two communities, where the communities of the play could mobilize and go to attack Greater Pibor, or Greater Pibor on the other side could also go and attack some areas in Jonglei. One of the achievements is also that There were a good number of abducted children and women who were abducted during these previous conflicts. They were returned because it was a collective responsibility of the county commissioners, the chiefs, and the youth leaders who are part of the intercommunal governance structures meeting in trying their best to make sure that they are collecting the abductees as they have been agreeing in all these dialogues. From the side of Nonviolent Peace Force, we also do support this process of peace and reconciliation activities in the region, especially GPA particularly. Nonviolent Peace Force has been engaging the youth, especially the HZ leaders, to try to minimize some of the ongoing HZ conflict among different HZ of Greater Pibor. We had been conducting different engagement meetings in different Payams and Bomas of Greater Pibor, and we have also seen some reduction of violence, especially the HZ conflict that has also claimed lives of some youth because of this HZ conflict. The other thing is that Nonviolent Peace Force is also working together with the consortium members of our RRTA project in providing accompaniment to the abductees who are brought from Jonglei, and they're supposed to be taken to the areas where they have been abducted from, or those who are collected belonging to Jonglei and they are to be taken. So NP has also been supporting such processes together with the local government of GPAA, especially the State Minister of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. That was it on also the side of supporting the abductees return or the collection of abducted children. So for me, I see this forum is actually a good forum that brings together these communities to dialogue. Now they're able to know each other. There is that level of trust. The trust has been built between our communities because the communities have been far from each other. But now that the partners are trying to bring them together, now they're able to know their names, or they're able to know where they are coming from. And especially when the meeting is done and they are going back to their areas, they're able to call each other and get to, update each other on the challenges that are facing them when it comes to the implementation of the ICGS outcome. Thank you. The other thing is still on the work of NP. We had been also organizing some exchange visits between the WPTs because NP is working with community structures also. We had formed different community protection teams, youth protection team, women protection team, and also early warning and early response teams. These early warning and early response team are members of the community, especially the leaders, the women, the youth, and the PIAM administrators, and they are deployed along the border corridors to support the community in strengthening early warning, early response mechanisms, and to see that the rumors that sometimes comes result of uh, as a result of maybe somebody will just come with unverified information to the community that there is ongoing mobilization from the other side. And sometimes that is also one of the challenge when it comes to the intercommunal governance structure meeting. So NP thought it is good to have these structures in the border areas so that they can work together with their counterpart from the side of Jonglei and the local authorities to verify whenever they receive any information. They are able to verify this information and share or triangulate any information they have got to make sure that they are not spreading rumors to avoid creating panic and fear in the community to allow peace to continue. So we had formed these groups and they are in different payams of Greater Pibor and also from the side of Launwer. They are also there in areas of Pulbura, Walga, Nirol, all those areas they are there. So they are there to collect information and share with the rightful people, especially the local authorities. Um, the other thing is that NP in Pibor particularly have engaged different communities because leave alone the intercommunal conflict between Jonglei and GPAA, each community in Greater Jonglei has also got their own issues within them, especially Murle or even Nuer and Dinka. They also have some issues, especially clan conflict, or when we talk of Murle community particularly, they exit group themselves and they sometimes even fight and they even kill themselves. So what we have been doing all these years is to see that we're engaging the exit leaders, uh, especially the two young exit of Murle who have been fighting themselves. Um, and we brought them together for a peaceful dialogue. And there have been a number of peace dialogues that we have conducted, like in most of the Payams of Pibor County, Gumuruk, and Likongole. And we can see now there are a lot of changes in the social cohesion among the different exit area. There are also some intercommunal, intra-Murle conflicts, especially cattle theft between some elements who also go and steal cattle from certain boomer within the bombers of GPAA, and sometimes it creates tension and mistrust between the communities. So in all these 4 years NP has been in the area, we had engaged the local authorities and the traditional authorities, the chiefs, the women leaders, and the state leaders to see that we bring these communities together. So far, we had also done more than 5 community dialogues. This is now between Boma versus Boma. The one that I was talking earlier regarding the exit was between exit of one Boma. But the one I'm talking now is the one between the other Boma and a different Boma because of cattle stealing. So there are some small groups of people could go and steal cattle from the other community, and sometimes it brings also conflict in the area. So those were some of the activities that NP is doing, and all these activities are part of the RRTF reconciliation work because Nonviolent Peace Force is the co-lead for reconciliation pillar. RRTF has got 3 pillars led by reconciliation, resilience, and stabilization. So for Nonviolent Peace Force, we are part of the reconciliation pillar because we are the one leading the rest of the rest of the pillars, especially the resilience and the stabilization, to see that communities come together, reconcile, forgive each other. Then the rest of the things like resilient activities that can make the youth to actually get busy, because sometimes when we interact with the youth, they give us some excuses that we are fighting because we are hungry, we don't have food to eat. That's why we go to raid. And yeah, so then instead of them actually after they are they are reconciled and they have been brought together for a dialogue, then now the reconciliation, the resilient pillar comes in to provide them with whatever thing they need, especially the leaders, to keep them busy in order for them to also earn some livelihood or some income. We actually engage them in some income generating activities to see that they are busy to prevent them from going for reds. That is also the other thing I've been doing in Greater Pibor. The other thing I would also want to share is the issue of the intercommunal governance structure meeting still. Whenever these communities come together, they agree on some points, like let's say abduction, they agree on collecting the abducted children, they agree on some certain resolution, some key resolution in all these other ICGS meetings that have been conducted. So NP as part of the reconciliation pillar and as part of the peace building partner also operating in Greater Jonglei and GPAA, we are also part of the dissemination team. Once the communities are done with the conference and they go back to their communities, it is also our role as non-violent peace force to make sure, together with other consortium members like Peace Canal, we go out there together with the ICGS structure members. We go and organize some meetings to disseminate the message or to disseminate the ICGS outcome to the rest of the community members, especially those who are in the border areas who have not been part of the meeting, so that they are aware of what has been ongoing between the two sisterly states of Jonglei and GPA. Is actually also part of our role. See that the messages that have been agreed are disseminated to the wider community, the remote areas of GPAA. Yeah, Nonviolent Peace Force is also conducting different activities, like we also do community patrols to identify some protection needs and concerns, together with the community-based structures or community-based protection teams, to advocate to the rest of the partners and the local authorities some of the challenges and protection needs we identify from the community. So we were pleased to share with you that Nonviolent Peace Force, actually I forgot to mention earlier, was among the, it was actually Nonviolent Peace Force and Peace Canal who paved way for partners to go to the hard-to-reach corridor of Nanam, because there have been some requests from the community that for us to engage the youth who are in the remote areas of Nanam, who have been finger-pointed to be the one perpetrating some of these conflicts, there was need for us to have presence, or for partners to have at least presence in the border areas of Nanam, especially in Guno and Bishop. And NP actually took it up together with Peace Canal to open Wuno and Bichibi in the name of the consortium. And we were successful. If you go to Bichibi now and Anam, there are at least some temporary shelters that have been put in the humanitarian compound for partners. And there's also a Payam Administration Center in both Wuno and Bichibi. The consortium also, through our advocacy, was able to drill 2 boreholes, one in Wuno and one in Bichibi. And all these were done through the support of RRT project and through also the support of Nonviolent Peace Force, because we do work with communities. We work side by side with communities. We go where the communities are to understand their needs and share with our friends and colleagues who can better support them. So it was actually also our achievement to see that the hard-to-reach corridors of Nanam have at least some presence of humanitarian partners. Now, we were going just in the bush, there were no roads, because the areas in GPA are still, the infrastructure is still poor. We encountered a lot of challenges, like if you go to areas of Gumuruk and Likongole, there are no network connectivity for communities to interact or for community to get information. Whenever there's information that is coming from the side of Jonglei, it is always hard. Or if the community have some information to be shared from the side of Gumroko or Likongole to their side, it's also hard because the networks are not there. It is only in Pibor Center or in Pibor headquarters where you can at least communicate. One of the challenge is also that the issue of the change in weather is also one of the challenge. Like when it is rainy season, the road is inaccessible. We cannot be able to access either Gumru or Likongole, but Likongole sometimes we can access through the river. From Pibor, we can go with the boat from Pibor to Likongole. But Gumruk, because of the water widths, we are not able to reach Gumruk during rainy season. So it is always hard for partners who are operating in the area, especially the reconciliation pillar partners and the members of the RSRTF, to engage communities during rainy season because of the road connectivity. The road is very poor. If it rains, the cars or the vehicle can easily get stuck, and we cannot be able to those communities. So it is quite challenging. So what we normally do is for us to plan activities be done in those corridors during dry season. During dry season, we maximize that period to make sure
we engage those communities thoroughly before the start of the rainy season. Because in the rainy season, it's either we go with flight in Wuno, or you go with SHAP, with WFP chaps, for us to be able to reach those other areas. Those things like land cruisers cannot be able to. Yeah, yeah. So I find this intercommunal governance structures meeting so interesting to me as part of the process since from the beginning of the other project phase 1 in 2021 and ended in 2023, and also the second phase, which is soon ending. I see there is a lot of changes in our communities of Jonglei and GPAA. We can actually smell peace. Peace is almost coming to our communities, and this is something that I'm happy about. Communities are able to now tell the truth to each other, which is not there before. They are able now to listen to each other, understand each other, and admit their own mistakes and move forward towards peace. So I see this forum is very nice forum. With time, because we are not dealing with peace is not something which is just one day's thing. It is something to do with time. It needs patience, it needs commitment, it needs perseverance. Though there are challenges, but we can still see there are also on the other side some positive insight regarding the peace process. Yeah, I believe one day, one time, Jonglei and GPA communities will come back and stay together as before. Because when I was a young person, I found in my own area, all these communities were staying together. Nuer and Dinka and Murle, they were staying together. There were no killings, there were no abduction, they were no raiding. And I don't see there is need for our communities to continue engaging themselves in this senseless conflict. What I have seen in Greater Jonglei as general, most of our youth, especially those who are living in the rural areas, are not educated, and that is one of the challenges. I want to actually request you guys outside there to support our community leaders, government, to see that we talk to our youth. We also mobilize some resources, see that we build schools, we support road connectivity to make sure the schools, health services are reaching to our people, and our people are able to come to their senses to stop all this senseless conflict. Because these conflicts is not benefiting any community or any side, but rather finishes us for nothing. We kill, we attack, and there's nothing that we get out of it. So thank you so much. I think that's all from my side. Yeah, back to stop here.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Robert Rufino.
I am working with the POF as a livelihood lead. So basically under POF, we do have the Peace Building Opportunity Fund. That is, we do have the component of Livelihood Lab. So the Livelihood Lab basically is a learning platform whereby different organizations came together to be able to identify and pilot sustainable livelihood opportunities. So the idea is that the organizations with experience in livelihood programs, especially Daniels Refugees Council, DMI, CTP, and then as well as with the support of Peace Canal and Touch, came together to be able to identify the livelihood opportunities, and then identifying these opportunities to be able to pilot them, then to see where we can be able to have a sustainable livelihood model that we are doing. So basically, that's how the livelihood lab is positioned. So under POF, the livelihood components kindly use the community structures that we have. So what we do is that we use the peace building structures to be able to implement some of these livelihood programs. Now, the livelihood lab went on ahead and identify sustainable livelihood model, especially we call it the community institution model. So community institution model, this is a locally driven model whereby the communities were able to create and manage an institutions that will help to be able to basically implement some of these livelihood opportunities. Now, the community institutions models that we have is, let us say, a platform whereby there'll be discussion of the critical needs of the communities. So once you create a system or structures, you'll find this system and structures will help them to be able to identify the critical needs, because usually, given the structures are there, we go to them and then we discuss on them what are the critical level priorities they need. And then as well as the community institutions help us to be a platform for discussion of conflict issues and as well as for social cohesion aspect. So the community institution is an entry point for us in different way through livelihood and as well as peace building. Now, the core examples of this community institution model that we have piloted, example, the cattle trading, which we call it the revolving fund model through the cattle trading. So we last time attended the first the ICGS, which will happen in Kobo, where the youths came together and identified. They said, we asked them what are the key priorities that they want to do. So the youth identify cattle trading is one of the critical things that they feel they'll be able to do well. And then the critical said the major problems in Jonglei is the issue of cattle and poverty. So now when we support them in this cattle trading, they will really be able to stop this cattle raiding and all this revenge killing and all these stuff. So what we did was, after identifying these needs from the youths, then we came as a livelihood lab to be able to see how do we package this cattle trading intervention. So what we did was to ensure we first of all went back to the different communities, especially we started in rural county, where we were able to, first of all, train the youths, especially on the cattle trading. But above all, the first training was mostly on the constitution development, where they need to have clarity on the objectives, clarity on the goals of the associations. They will need to agree on some of the key principles for them to do this cattle trading. We need to have governance structures for this association. So we're able to establish a rural cattle trader association. And then when we established this association, and then we told them, okay, the association's running, they agree on the objectives, and then they asked for startup capital. So what we did was to said, okay, for the beginning, we are going to give a seed capital of 10,000 US dollar. So this 10,000 US dollar will be targeting 10 youths, whereby the 10 youths will be given this money, and then after 5 months, the 10 youths will be able to give back this money back to the association. So where they'll be able to give back the 10,000 back to the association and 5%, which is an interest, which is they need to give it back. So we gave it as a pilot, and Now, what happened is that these youths were given this seed capital. They were able to sign an agreement with the association. And then after 5 months, they were able to get back this money, the 10,000 back plus the interest. And then we have to give back this money to the next youth. So it is something that is very, very great in a way that it has changed their livelihood. We had a great testimonies from some of the beneficiaries where they were able to get a lot of profits. Like we gave them 1,000 and then they were able to have a profit of 2,000 US dollar, where they gave back the seed capital and then they still have a profit of 2,000, which was really very great in a way that is changing their livelihood. And because given that you find that like when they buy cattle in roll, it's around 150. When they come and sell in board, they sell on 350 US dollar. So it means they get a profit of 150 US dollar per cycle, per one cattle. So it means if they do like 3 to 4 cycles, they'll be able to get a lot of money. So it was a great success that we're able to get from these youths. It has changed their life. They said we now knew that we can be able to get cattle through the cattle trading instead of going for cattle raiding. And the main objectives is to make sure to reduce the incidence of cattle raiding, revenge killing, and child abduction because the youth can be engaged in this cattle trading. So it's something that really helped the youths. And what we did was because we saw the success in Ural, then we had to go ahead and have an association in Walgak, Kobo West Cattle Trader Association. We were able to give them this revolving fund as well. Then we went further to also support the youths in Manibo, that is in Gumuruk. We formed the association and also gave them the seed capital. And then for Greater Bor, we were able to form 3 associations. We were able to have Twitch East Cattle Trader Association, Duke Cattle Trader Association, and Bor Source Cattle Trader Association. So we were able to give them some of this seed capital. And right now they're doing the cattle trading. And right now the data that I'm getting from the youths is that they are really benefiting. And through this support from POF, we felt that this is one thing, a game changer for the youth to ensure that it makes them busy and at the same time it makes them to be able to gain a lot of profits in terms of this instead of going for this cattle raiding. So this is one live interventions under the community solution model that we are doing. The second aspect of the lively intervention is that which we are doing is the peace farms. We had already piloted peace farms in Lake States, and it has been doing great. Where people, especially for Lake State, is where the 3 communities, the different sections, I mean, of Dinkagar came together, especially the Rup and Kwe, they came together, the women, they came together to open a big piece of land, and then we're able to provide them ox plow, where they till the land, we provide them the seeds, and they're able to do a lot of good yields. And the women were really having clear sustainability plan, where they produce these seeds, they produce these yields for consumption, they keep the seeds for next planting season, and then there are some they kept it for sale. I mean, they kept it, waited until the market price is okay, and then they sell it, and they were able to get a lot of profits. And in these peace farms, they were able to have good working relationship, they're able to have good yields, and as well as the aspect of social cohesion, which was what we have registered in Lake States. Based on that, then the youths of Greater Bor also came. They said, now, most of our youths are idle. They also engage in these issues of going for cattle raiding. Some of them, they're not doing things. So why don't we bring the idea of peace farms from them? So then this year, we were able to go to the youths, and then we were able to form groups, especially for Borsod, Twitch East, and Duke. We were able to establish a piece of land through the support of the local authorities. Then we're able to support the youths in establishing 150 fedan for each of the farms, where Duke have 150 fedan, Pitches has 150 fedan, and then Borsod has 150 fedan. So we're able to till the land, and we use tractors to open the land. And right now the youths are growing their crops. So we really hope this will engage the youths. This will help the youths to be able to participate in this farming. So it's one of the lively activities which is really great. So we felt that this will really help the youths a lot. And then the final live opportunities that we are currently doing is the Village Saving and Loan Association, which we are currently doing in Pibor and as well as in Lake States.
This is where is an alternative to this microfinance, given that in some of these villages there are no banks. So the culture of saving is quite difficult for people. Where we are trying to see the approach of how do they start saving, how do they start planning their finances or their resources, given that in the villages there are no banks. So what we did was we bring the idea of the village saving and loan associations, whereby we first of all train them on the constitutions, on how they'll be able to come together, their principles, and then we're able to form these groups. And then basically this group is to be able to see how they'll be able to buy shares, they'll be able to save weekly. This will help them to be able to keep some money and they save some when there are issues and for the better planning where they'll be able to do business with this money. So we're able to form these village saving and loan associations in Lake States. So the different groups are able to do savings. So weekly they'll be able to do savings. And in this social gathering weekly, you'll find that there are a lot of different topics that come in because there are social issues that also discuss like conflicts, like issues of some cases in their communities. They always discuss some of those issues when they come to this social discussion. Above all, this saving will help them to improve people's culture of saving, whereby they'll be able to save some money for their children education. They'll be able to save this money to invest in bigger business. And they'll be also having to have access to loans, given that the women will be able to get opportunities or the men will be able to get opportunity to get money and then do some big businesses. So it's something that really helps, given that now there are few microfinances happening in the villages and they're able to get some of this loan. And these are some of the lively opportunities that we are piloting. So in summary, the community institution model is basically to ensure we establish institutions. So these institutions where they have rules and regulations that govern them. And also the other thing is that based on these institutions, we are trying to ensure that we have the aspect of ownership from the community, especially where we introduce aspect of membership fee, aspect of buying shares, where they'll be able to contribute themselves. So that in any case, when the partners, in future, when there is no funding, there's no external support, this institution can be able to coexist. And then we're also using these systems, structures, where that because we know the structures will be there to stay, even if in future there'll be no external funding. So these are some of the pilots we are piloting. So we felt that in future, based on the lessons learned, the Live Lab is gathering all the data from the cattle trading, the data from the peace farms, the data from the VSLA, of which based on these lessons learned, then we can see how we can be able to expand them. So basically that is brief updates, especially on some of the sustainable live models that we are piloting. Thank you so much. I'm Robert Rufino, working as a live lead for POF. Thank you.
Gwa male nere ke shangdar mane ke shoda kala nyanda ka luak biel an ram kel ka peace canal lada kel ke department chali bridges of peace women program alawan ba roi ke tong nuera de la no motot ko kui program mane ye lada la ne ano ka peace canal ano program me chali bridges of peace program mi minong naman kel nonga ke alaw wini to goal bika ban kel alaw bika barwai ke tamala kie ke tana ndong de man de mal de nang rar di dikan de lar ko ne tane wini ti shop ngwan tane ka rumbek tane ka greta pibor tane ka greta akobo and ayot tane borba ka tane ka juba wana so gwada toni taka ke facilitator andara ukie na idara utin tin lat ka lada moni kan ngi kaman ka tana ndong de kan mal de kan nang rar di kada de wech kie community de mal de linkan edidi lakin ku la roi ka kwiman kan korokien ano gwame shine chop shine ngi ka ngi ni tungwan shine kwas tungwan kie payam ni shine ka chop shine chop ka community kel kie which which tin shine ka jal shine payam ni tide ngwan kie diok shine ke chop ka shine ka jal shine workshop mo shine yo ngies kaman te joyen wona ne tata ke impact mi di long Rayman ka ta nan dong di mal de nang rar kan ka ta nan de ran de mal de lat ka jam ano no ku etong ni shien du ka gad ku wona ka community ndan dong tie ka ji ke jeranu ku ano wa meten kuna focus ka take 6 modules ti la ne ka ki tu kuna ke disseminate kana ki tin ni ne ka tin ni ne nas ka law men yam diene wona ne mishimal shieling ala understanding peace lo ni jiran point to mishimal shieling jojo wona ne diri manan nguri blood diri ngaj ano no ko jiran mi guru wona ne mitie ke mi guru brai ko kuide la kon yeling deeply ke bi ngai wona ne jen malode lengu ano ni ka ji mi ci kule jien ajen gwada nan dong birama do dien biyo kulo ja ko wona ne linga menan en larija ano rewde e wona ne module rewde ka ken module dang bakel a change start with me wona ne bi gere be tuok ji ano no mi ci gere ca tuok ji ajen birama do dien biyo kulo ger example mi jin mas kwang chira min la mas kwang chia deo jioi ipel kang ngai je jin la ma de kang so biro ru kon ger kie bi kwang bi kon pal bi kulo jien ala wira mo do dien wi jo go pal kang gwa mo betel excuse kie betel terge jiko ngai je wona ne ci kang chi pal medan titin bat chi pal anono ba wa ya rame gulala nga to ko ne charo da ger ne ga jan karwade anono so na mo e mo diole rewde de diog dien dara wona ne women as peace advocate anono lawo mi cha ku joy wona ne chi gare chi no ngala jin karwadu kie ne ka community de man de kalab lad mala anono kie de mal de preach kan railway anono to gwa meni te joy wona ne mi cha mal cha ling man ka cha ba joy wona ne ki gare cha to ka ke den ba mal ba nang rar ba gare min charo kien ger ke je ba nang rai wich ba wona na kana ba mal ba sho wala de kan gwas ni kien kia ba wala de ken ba wala ne tin ko kien ti ta ka payam ni asan bi mal berong rai doaran so de ngwandien dera forgiveness milo no palika no ala palika de la re process bare chia me de lat ke shankel no lat ke je ke ukin mi bar ano o mi pali rani ka dara o jin chai dur mi je ki shiran chi let ka mi je no o tuoga ka wona ne bi neitin kontin chai let ka mi je ki neitin kon la jirana ku bi ka palika ka jan bi shiang mala bakule tuog rai dan ki balada gwa o jin mi te ka mi ka bi ka loy du mi te mi ka bi ka loy du karan tengani ne ladi se de gwa dare bay ke jilong ka chirie to go chi de barar tu ke wo gagi re loy du no de lat ko no mo jen point ngwandien de die dien dere law practicing forgiveness mi joje wona ne bi and forgiveness cha kula laro bi o practice ki bi la let no joje ko wona ne ajen module kula die dien o biya wala let an palika menanen chalar ko wona ne biran ki bijin birodu ka radu birodu palika biya kula wala let kel ken ne itin kokien ya ndande bakelien kula men jagdien dara la wona ne mutually peace and resilience ene me sharaka wona ne mal kana ta shianga men tanatin rai wich wona ne mishi mal kana ta shianga du mishi ga ben matkel ke chika combine ano de shi andu dara gwa ko jin miti kamal kana ta shianga manan tisin dara jilok miti kamal di rodu lon ka mila di rodu ka ano wo ajen module en bakalian yan ka ajen pegen danen ken nginti kontin ngine ka ray community ka dan amana ta na ndong te ke jijin ni jin chang karado an program me che joy wone ne chaman ting wan ki ne ting wan ray we cha ka logalong kwe tong ni shien ni ken waka gad ken a waka ne tin ko kien ti ta pinching ano joy kene joy je wone ne chikana ti o mi chorolo de payam nitin ko kien ki gwastin ko kien de ka jal shan de na itin ko kien de ka te ka ngai ka ta mala no ken ba man si ken la ro wone ne chikan gor ka mi de ching ki mi de dor de ngar ngar ano ta no ka ken wone ne bi ka lad fully ki ba responsibility ba nang ken ba ta mala mananin tuok ba support ken kata ko wone ne mite ka ga ti sha nang ki man ti sha nang ne tin kon ti la shi ma no kon murle then a sha ko nong rai we ba joy wone ne ken pan ken ba ket ba kwa ken ba ro me ki ba report me ba nang niam ba usup kuer endi de kula ramana kab na rai we ano ke wono chere men tamo ngode tane itin ngode la nay jen capacity building ameni ka la nay ngini chumne re wini tin kontin chamen shona ke nyam ka jen lawo ngod nay workshop me kuna ye da ke wono ba shonga gwame shal shoda nyando galwak biel jen ngan bridges of peace coordinator thank you
Amele. Will, like the area coordinator will come and read out what has been planned by each community. And then after the presentation, we shall have quick reactions from both communities, one person, one person. Then 12:30, we're going for lunch. Then we'll come back for the afternoon session. So I don't know which group is ready to present. Nilemoy, is your group ready? So let's pay attention to what the Murle community is going to present.
Bunno ratele. Ifta tizo grupo na murle ifta tizo lota. Ma vu jawaban jino wengine yue. Lo cikati edwena gurujai. Ave balalai. Tibe lo cikati dol lute. Tibe lo cikati gici entirten arungi. Wale chunaka bauna Jonglei tio. Wale chunaka are dia Gego ke nangaro muka bukan kota chen guriano kene kumne chen guriano ko chawa malang nangga kena nalang ka gaona guriai cede kelut ti maka gonna majlis sala ti merik nangga murle kanyaka kenu wa wet kanyaka ngaro ti ben tangajon kanyaka kalangnya ben ngin vaj murle ti balang din na e tole ne to men murle ben changin vajen kerwengen kelengen kerwengen ngaro ti kerwengen tangajon kalau ka jak min ni gen shabab una go na kar ga che karmal chena la ka kebe donage to go na bagon agor yao ka manya ke ti ajwa magana menna kana ga ngar ti gitin makaru mai ne ko makaw ka gole gitin ga no ne che ka te chen agu jao nen wa ti yo zona to war orme kakanana chede nyelewe de tole mako aturne ko kawaka yogja nanga Pilihan ga cha wanya kwal kuna abak libre cha name ka ko te ka chura ko ngina ndo ma ko tur nakke ene che eti kajwa ngan akam telechulu manyak murle enecho ala aga ko ganile ko chen. Kibolo akate lo chikaronya ole chuna baizo anyagina mulo chazo ne manako ukuma arong etune guryayo marang perto rete uge digire agamanu ninga ali ali shababa ne manyageti nang ena guryay majuryay utukumi gitoro ninga ukuma etu guryay tuni chini nuko la kala lao ala kapirnan ola chikero nangali amurne mai nuko la kapirna noko olu kanya ka kwang tuk awi gale pi bora ma ko ben nanam ichunung ba chumurlo chene guryayo ngena tolanga pernan ol chuna yen en jerano don apernan murlo le katal golle adu matin agon nagin gonek murle le mai nito nan tedua shababa ran tere ma nyagi tere kan ngandi shababa buntak ay atire kare kare nanga tere kawaka na chimani ya teze una rita iga pito ko nanga tere kanne ka ngai ne LP chetal kanne ka chide ya teze ne niga ngai wanya kunu ko dalu betu ayat moddo ma kamnu dala rejo dol ka kimita kormena jere nanga kinongo ka nanga do kebekta lo tiru ade ateze ne eni to tiru nanya ke tilanga lingne anya do ne ka barang nangalia kaya ne to ya kuru mutukuma ke adua bolos alata aga alata na maka murna ngana ando chele maka voya kaunte te ugaja ka gonna itima che mayan che tikinte ka wana la to wakten dubule tinana me ka waka kaunte ugaja ka digire ka ko te ya lo chakate lo chagar tunayin ka chigai malini no ko chiben de chika ko te eti makon takale yoko mangana jake chamenna ako agorde yo kamne do ka gonna kera tu kaja katoria ne kadumana kamiranna kavaya maja ke chalan te ka jwana te bil kutu magode kara na chigi manya ni ya zi ene to akavaya kulu ah abona lute bunagri yaiti abona ben catur na ke mulo timurlo kalwajina chen tirken wala bairo ajin tiben danka tiben gaya kita neng ne nyalo chen yutu alugo aje tu wange alanu da chelang abu ka kini minta nito nen catur na ke zautaru kumishineta ale kumishineta na mamiri abwangeranto za chakati igu garu ka gone edo bacha gi abuna gini chino richeni majage ti akorda dole alangan kanyana dole don kanyana dole makanyana ne to kok sigina ka doeza niya ka gonna ale kumishineta na to gitte la dole aga adu ma dol ya umri ma lagwan burren jokan burren nanama kere burren ne to ko kazak toriya kalau kurum nyarang nang kana keganista maka toriya burren ne to ko kon gitu ngate ya ngate bate geji bolo arang kumishineta ola wala chuna ayo gichenne kolne abuna kanyak nangado police tori che arum ola joko do en nurin en den kawer bunna gimu kanyak ola joko furut ka kebet furut ni che ol chen police noko kalchi aduya mele yang kala ka gor la samari billa zene ke bingina mayuk joy.
Thank you, Jonglei committee. Can we clap for them? We did not hear the number of abductees that you will return in the next 3 months. I think that was part of the commitment because we need to really have the certain number. By 3 months, we would have returned this X number. That's what we want to come out from your discussion. Maybe after during line time, you can consult and then dedicate a number that would be returned. Now I give this chance to Simon. Please make it simple. You don't need to explain. Make a point. This is what women do. This is what youth will do. This is what the commissioners will do. And this is the number of abductees that will be returned in the next 3 months. We'll stop. Make it summary.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing the Nueri speaking group, and I will request if I can just make this presentation in English. Okay. After their discussion, the group came up with this commitment. They start with the youth, the role of youth in the abductees collection. Youth who have connections with those holding abductees will initiate dialogue with local chiefs, and then together they will approach the abductors to negotiate the release of the abductees. That's one thing that they are committed to do. Another point is once abductees are released, youth leaders will facilitate their delivery to local authorities and peace partners. That is the role of the youth, because we are talking of the roles. Women in this case will collaboratively work with the youth to identify and share information related to the abducted persons. And from there, the local authority will step in and be able to collect the abductees. However, there is risk associated with this. And the risk is that women who will oftenly go knocking doors, asking for abductees may be posed to a significant risk, including being targeted by the youth who are holding these abductees. So the only thing they will do, they agree that they will be sharing this information with the youth leaders themselves, because these youth leaders who are present here are committed that they will be bringing these abductees. So once they share this information with them, the youth leaders themselves will go and talk to the abductors, to the youth responsible for the abductees. And after they negotiate with the abductor, the abductee will be released and then handed over to the local authority through chiefs, the involvement of the chiefs. Women leaders' role, of course, is information sharing. They will share this information and facilitate people through directing them that go to the local authority this way. As mothers, they also committed that they want to see this vicious cycle of violence to end once and for all by releasing the abductees, by ending the suffering of ambushes and killings. Chiefs also committed to work in collaboration with the youth leaders in the collection of the abductees. They intend to even escalate the negotiation for the release of abductees with even the clan. In the event that those who are holding abductees are resisting releasing the abductees, they will put it up upon themselves to go and negotiate the release with the clan members through the chiefs and the council of their elders. And then from there, maybe the abductees will possibly be released. Chiefs will also, chiefs appeal to the Morley community that you need to talk to the youth. You need to talk to the youth because these youth were born in your villages, in your home state. Please talk to them. Let them refrain from coming to the areas of Jonglei to abduct, unless if they are coming to do business. Let them not come and cause problem. And again, they give a bit of the ultimate goal is to collect the abducted children to foster peace. And they said between 3 to 5 months, this hostility must stop. Youths who are coming from GPAA should not go to Jonglei. In this sense, they are not only talking of Greater Akob and Ayot, but the Greater Jonglei as a whole. And the same thing to the youth from Greater Jonglei should not make a step to mobilize and go to GPAA. And this hostility, this cessation of hostility will allow them the window of collecting and identifying these children and returning them to their loved one. The commissioner's role, commissioners will receive abductees and hand them over to government to partners. Once abductees escape from their captivity, of course they will come to government authority, and when they come, where government, local government, and the commissioners feel that it is safe for them to stay with them in their compound, they will remain there. But where they are threatened by youth, then they may take them to military barracks or garrisons available in their areas where there are SSPDF forces for their safety. Then from there, the repatriation process can now be coordinated with the protection partners. There was also another appeal that they need more interim care centers for the practice, where they will be waiting while their process of repatriation is being organized. Commissioner Honorable Gatko requested that he need one interim care center for abductees in UI. We have one in Ayod. We have improved part of the commissioner's residence in Ayod and transformed that into an abductees interim care center. We also have one in Motot. He's now requesting for Akobo, which is receiving a lot of abductees returning from captivities, and another one in UI, because you know UI is has the biggest population almost in terms of the population size. So for that reason, the youth who are also going for mobilization sometime, most of them also come from this area. And for that, he's requesting that we need to put an interim care center. I think unless if I left something, maybe they will correct later on. Thank you.
Can we clap for Greta Makobona Youth? What also missed in your presentation is the dedicated number that you would return in the next 3 months. That did not come out, and you need to think that during line time so that we are specific. After 3 months, this is the number of abductees that we shall return. I go to the last group, that's the Dinka group by Lair Jacob. Summarize them quickly so that we can. Okay, protocol of the day. Koi akuno mjieng yekelwel pai ke diak ke wok obe koi ja bugala le no kunumit so community abugala le aye use yekelwel wok wobula nenga mat roti kuna chugu madeke ke chugu tok ke wok mit ke tier abuga bay ke pai ke diak mit ke tier achi ke te ke ya ne counties ken bor South County awu mit ke ro abiga bay pai ke diak Twigis County awu mit ke diak abiga bay ne pai ke diak Du County awu mit ke dik abiga bay ne pai ke diak so ade riben ai mit ke tier ye na chi marko chi kelwel kulela londa wok wobe roti abuga kwany ne kor mit wo ga ya wo bro loy ko wo nyin jitian wo ka chu ting ko wo bo ko long ko nong roti ku ban le la me da to ne ku ko lo na be ja lo ne roti ku ja la ban ku commissioner
So kene yene London big loy ku ka beto ne jiem ko ji te ben community la jam bu mi bu ko to chen a beto tin ya be jam tin. Salatin wen bany ko bai ye ko le wo bu lu use tok wo bu lu cha ba tok bu ke mi ke bu ke mati. Ku wo ke ya wo bu lu commissioners ku bu dial tem bu ke mi ti ke le roti ga bu ke do chen. Commissioners ay ko le wo ke chi roti le ke ne yena bu kwan cho ko chu be pal porsa. Bu mi ke tier bu ke dial ba ke pa ke dia londa ko wo commissioners wo be ke ko ke ku chi ke be wo bi ni ti de ke bi cheran be ke kwan cho ku be ke be na o ko le be ke lo adis commissioners ay ko le wo ya kuma yo ku ti ba kuma ai county bi yen ke chi je ke mi yat ke ro ke ye ko ril ko ke na non ko chi gam bi mi be ke bu ke ko ke ga ko ja lo be eh ke ere ke chi commissioners le ke na twale ro jam ku le yo ngukar ke bi ko bi loy we ay ko le le wo especially murle anong koy jam kana we ke telephone to kana wo ku ka to kana wo ku ka jam we ke le ke wo ko we muksulin ku yen ko wo ke danga bo ko bu ku ran bu la dom dang kor ki bi ke ben ke kon ayek le mon da man ku le wo no ku nom dan bi a chat pin ku koy bi a chat pin ku le ka be le akor benen ke tin bu ya yen ke koy ga ayek chol secret security team touching on the reporting of productivities so koy ga akor ga bu ga ya motivated kana ti ki no mo dan da man and then when chen tikulel ai murle community ay ga lim kulel ki tem ka ba ka jam ko to roki bi chen ran ben be no the le chan ke ne lo ku le wo ngo rut na je lo na ran ko wo ro lo chi ko wo chi ko chi wo je ma de we ku wo ga jo community no so sem ka bu mo jeremin bi cher yan ben tai gol jal boro bula gora kopa u jal boro bula yot bi cher yan ben tai ko bugu tem jala nye de gut bula manya bol bi chen ke bera loy tin bi ke kwer ka bi cher an ben tai so ke na lim ku te nong murle community ku wo ko wo ye ko ke jong le nong nwer ku jeng tem ko ya dang bi chen ke bera loy nong murle chat ke borok ku le ke bi so ene ke ti chi wo ko tin ke na thank you. They will add in case.
Thank you so much, Lev, for the presentation. Can we clap for Dinka Bor community? Now we'll only receive three reactions, one from Murle, one from Nuer, one from Dinka. From what you have heard, anything question that you want to ask or clarification or comment? Murle, one person, Dinka, one person, Nuer, one person. Reaction to the presentations.
Yeah, gurum da ye chin ke chi wan. Lakin kawen kwen ke gan wo ken ping nin koi ko ke ni bi de mit ke di ke bi ke bai kin number ke ping.
Honorable Commissioner is saying that from Murle and the Nuer, we have not heard the number of children that they were going to collect, but Bor has mentioned.
Yo, andak buk nga tanang ki janye jai. Gichi dole no ko ana nyejai. Yo karong ya ketane ana kom dolce kajoana ka kopta ketane kanya ka dolce cece ana kom. Akamonnya dolce ka cha koko jumu ka gon kutiol kanya tel dolce ka gacha baba do ki tim ka ga kon ka nger dol ka nger gon nger o lokom. Wo gurjai te ke gurjai. Ako gurjai nene don ba ko gorda dole ba ko nga onene korok te onene kala na ka kaya. Kemaka ko jetawa. Abang ke kaba buru kade de banyak kita ngomte ke gigi kadene apa lagi ten dole kane ko tawa buru na kan ko ka jowa gicinang murlo nen gicalang dol ka kebja gici kadene kanya ka dol ceceo nen yak dinu ko ngana le bala dua ol ngana do en ngai abel ngana tam gici ka kuduk tawa na ka karak tawa nganira gici ka kuduk tawa.
Thank you. I think you can tell him as a community, we know we are not blaming them, but we are here to commit. As a community of Murle, they can, even if they do not know where children are, they have to commit that this is the number we will bring. You know, it is an accountability. But if you say we do not know who has the child, but you are a community, you can commit to a certain number, even if you say 3 or 4, then this is an agreement. And then you go and look for those children. Thank you. Anybody with any other reaction? Yes, Honorable.
Konji Greta Kobo na yot. Tama ko bete gada ndiok. Wuro ka gada ndiok. Ayot ka gada rew. Nyor la gada rew. Gada wal.
Thank you. I think Tut, you can write those things down. That is a good thing. Thank you so much. Now we will go for lunch, and then we'll come and continue from there. And we are doing it like yesterday. We are beginning with the government officials. Okay. Okay. Pay attention. We need a number.
Thank you very much. No, I cannot state the number. Yes. I want to comment something. I'm not sure if we ask commissioners and paramount chief since the last ICGS how many children they were exchanged or they were brought. I think the quite number. If we target that number that we said will bring 10 or will bring 5 or will bring 15, and the children might be coming more, exactly what Commissioner said, James Garkor was right. There's no any government administration ordering chiefs or commissioners to collect the children in the villages in all these two greaters. Let us be frank, we cannot cheat ourselves. All the children that are collected, these are the children that are sneaking from where they were being captured. That is what is happening. But the good thing now, if we say, let us say the numbers, and for sure the children which are there, they are not belong to that families. They are coming. When they are coming, the strongest for us government is any child or any woman or any boy came to the town should be not returned back to where he was adopted. That is maybe the possibility to me I can understand. Because what I've seen is the many children, especially in Gumuruk and Lukwangole, frequently they were coming. If we tell the Lukwangole County Commissioner that we need 10, and it might be coming more, what is going to do with these numbers? Maybe we can say the maximum should be what? The minimum. Maybe that, but like let us be committed for collecting the children. That is, to me, it is much important because if we say we'll bring 5, we'll bring 10, what about the other children that will be running coming? And I'm sure the Commission of Lukwangole, it was much committed, sincerely speaking. And also Commissioner of Gumruk is committed. So that is where the children they are. But the Commissioner of Pibor, he has no children. Let us be frank. Of Verte, he has no issues about the children. It's only these two commissioners that has the children. And the children and the women that they are running to us, It is not we government that ordering our forces or the leadership to go and get those children. And we were waiting only the leadership authorizations so that they can give some manpowers or some forces to go with the commissioner to get the children. That's what is there. But we can figure only the numbers. Is it right? The children will be remaining still in the village. We will not come. That is what I want just to comment. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. What we're saying is not, it's a must that you, it is the basis for accountability, the basis for commitment from the side of community. This is what we are saying. But if you can collect up to 100 children, nobody will say they should not be collected. But we want the basis where we will be holding each other accountable for what we have agreed as communities. Otherwise, like in Pibor, this is what we did in Pibor last time, that the number of children that have returned, maybe there are those that have been handed officially, and there are those that have been handed over between the communities at the border. We may not know the number. But this is the basis for accountability, so that when we come back in the next 3 months, we say when we were in Juba, we said A, B, C, D. Where are we at? This is why we're doing this. Otherwise, we do not intend to provoke anybody to commit to anything. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. What I would add to what people were talking about, initial facts, when we start to collect the children, by the time when I was the commissioner, I collect about 32. But majority of them, the people who was just come and hand themselves to the government were only 3. But the rest, it was collected by my responsibility. The government of today and the previous government are not the same. I was in control of the community, with the responsibility with the women's, the chief, and I. The people who are used to identify the people who have been brought from others community. In reality, the women are the right people. When you see those people who are just submit themselves to the government, they were being pushed by women. They used to tell them, you go to the government. When the men and the abductors went to anywhere, then they were being pushed by women. They show the way you can go to the government. And the people who can help you guys, the commissioners now, only women. They know one each and others. Those who are in the bushes, those are in the houses. They know it. They know themselves. These are the people who can help you. In reality, we have to give that number, but you collect more than that. You must collect more than that. Commitment is good. There are other people, they don't want another child to be in the house of those people. They don't need, women, they don't need another child with her children. This is how you collect people. They don't want them. That's why I get them last time. They do tell us there is a child from there, and then they just come just secretly. You don't know them. But when you go differently, you don't give any information. The so and so give you the information. If we are serious. But now the youth are more than powerful than government. That's the worst part now. That's the worst part where I cannot be able to blame the chief and the commissioner of today. But we must work for it. We must commit ourselves. This is a very simple in the world wide. Jonglei are still stealing their children. How do you feel really for myself? I feel guilty. I feel guilty. And I have 6 children, which is my blood. None of them, they are not in our community, in our descendant. I'm not happy. I'm not, actually. When I'm here, I feel guilty. I don't know, how do you feel?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think it's time for us now to go for lunch, and we're beginning with the government officials. Get your coupon. It's the same restaurant. We go straight to the same restaurant of yesterday. Honorable Malwal, Honorable Simon, and Simon Peter, and James, you can lead the way, and Elizabeth, William. Then followed by county commissioners. Oh, okay. How's it going? Going is good. Okay, welcome. You are conducting this meeting very nicely. Thank you. The introduction was good. Anyway, keep it up. Yes. Come back. You can go. This one. Kali bita semaya deh. Semaya kan. Kedan. Tahu is kanya.
Yang Ida, and she go with for ya. When she goes to the